15 people advance, alright, take out your wind core. Peyuangui said. Luo Shuihan waved her hand, and 43 crystal wind cores appeared in the sky. 43 pieces, not bad. Breaking the origin was just a point. Beside him, someone was recording the number of wind cores Luo Shuihan had. Luo Shuihan's face was cold and arrogant. He didn't believe that the others had more wind cores than him. Following that, the other disciples of the Heavenly God sect began to take out their wind cores. The second person had a much smaller number of wind cores, only 25. However, the next 10 people each had 20 wind cores. However, when it came to the 11th person, that person shook his head, indicating that he didn't. Starting from the 11th person, the 10 people behind him all shook their heads and retreated to the side. It seems that the core of wind of the Tianshan sect has been redistributed and concentrated in the hands of the 10 people with the strongest cultivation. Zifeng said. Lu Ming nodded. It was obvious that they were not the only ones. The other sects had also been allocated their wind cores. The ones with weaker cultivations were given to those with stronger cultivations. They hoped that more people could enter the second round. As expected, most of the sects that followed had already been allocated. Only those with strong cultivation bases had wind cores, while those with weak cultivation bases didn't even have one. Of course, it was impossible for every sect to have as many wind cores as the Tianshan sect. The top 10 people would each have more than 20 wind cores. Some sects would have at least 10 wind cores in the top 10. One by one, the sects went up. Luo Shuihan looked at Lu Ming and the others. She sneered, "What's wrong? Why don't you go up and check your wind core? Aren't you ashamed to see others? We have too many cores of wind. We're afraid of scaring you." Tian Chui grinned. "Too many. You really are shameless." Luo Shuihan laughed in disdain. "Let's go up." At this time, Zifeng opened his mouth and stepped forward, coming in front of Peyuangui. He waved his hand, and a pile of wind cores appeared in front of him, a total of 31 pieces. Only 31 pieces. Zifeng, among the monstrous talents of the Azure region, you are ranked last. Luo Shuihan sneered. Indeed, the other geniuses who went up to count previously all had more than 30 pieces, with purple maple the least. It wasn't that the wind cores that Zifeng himself had hunted were inferior to the other geniuses. It was obvious that some of the other geniuses had most likely taken some wind cores from other disciples, which was why they had more. As for Zifeng, he didn't take it from anyone else in the Dragon God Valley. He had the same thoughts as Lu Ming and the rest. It was fine as long as the quantity was enough. Zifeng smiled faintly and ignored Luo Shuihan. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, 30 wind cores appeared. Luo Shuihan's eyes narrowed, and then she sneered, 30? It seems that the wind cores obtained by many Dragon God Valley disciples are all in your hands, right? Lu Ming glanced at Luo Shuihan indifferently. His eyes were full of ridicule and contempt, which made Luo Shuihan even more unhappy. Following that, Tian Chui and Xuanixin stepped forward respectively. Each of them took out 30 wind cores, which shocked the others. Luo Shuihan's face became even gloomier. It seems that the Dragon God Valley has gathered all the wind cores in you. It's not wise to give so many wind cores to 2 people in the first stage of the semi-sage realm. It seems that the Dragon God Valley will be at the bottom this time. The others were moved. It seemed that this was most likely the case. Dragon God Valley had gathered most of their wind cores in the hands of Lu Ming and the others. That was why they had so many wind cores. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe that Tian Chui and Xuanixin, who were both in the first stage of the half-saint realm, could obtain 30 cores of wind. What an idiot! Tian Chui said contemptuously, which made Luo Shuihan's eyes turn cold. Tian Shui, he actually dared to call him an idiot. You guys are looking for death. Luo Shuihan's eyes flashed sharply. Then, the other people of Dragon God Valley stepped forward and took out their wind cores. 26, 25, 23. In the end, there were a total of 15 people from Dragon God Valley, including Lu Ming and the rest. They had taken out more than 20 wind cores. Luo Shuihan was stunned, and so were the others. How is this possible? Someone cried out in disbelief. This was especially true for the Heaven's favorites from the other sections. They were in disbelief. They knew how fast the demonic beasts were and how hard it was to catch them. Dragon God Valley could actually obtain so many wind cores. Luo Shuihan's face had turned red. We don't have many wind cores in Dragon God Valley, but only 15 people have obtained more than 20 wind cores. There are still 5 senior and junior brothers who didn't get any. I'm ashamed. Tian Shui deliberately stared at Luo Shuihan and sighed. Puchi. Some of the onlookers laughed out loud, especially the people from Dragon God Valley. Tian Shui was obviously mocking Luo Shuihan. Some people just like to splash. Others don't want to bother with them, but they stick their faces close to them all day long to get beaten. Do they like the feeling of being slapped so much? Lu Ming's words were more direct and full of sarcasm. Luo Shuihan's face was extremely gloomy, and her body was trembling with anger. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shuihan finally calmed down. She snorted and said, "It's just luck. When you enter the second round, you'll have to rely on pure strength. At that time, let's see how you all die." Luo Shuihan, remember your words. Lu Ming responded indifferently. For a moment, the Dragon God Valley and the Tianshan sect were at daggers drawn. Both parties retreated to the side and waited quietly. Not long after, everyone was counted, and Po Yuangui began to announce the rankings. Po Yuangui had only announced the top 80. Without exception, the top 15 of Dragon God Valley had all entered the second round. They had become the sect with the most number of people. The Heavenly God sect, which had the second most people, only had 10 people. The sect with the least number of people only had 4 people in the second round. There were a total of 10 sects and 80 spots. On average, each sect only had 8 spots, and Dragon God Valley had 15 spots, which was far beyond the average level. Lu Ming's ranking was at the 9th place, second only to Zifeng. Of course, the crowd did not think that Lu Ming's combat strength would be enough to rank 9th and compete with the top 10 geniuses of the Azure region. The number of wind cores didn't represent anything. Tian Shui and Xuaningxin both had 30 wind cores, tied with Lu Ming in the rankings. There were also many people from Dragon God Valley who had more than 20 pieces, ranking in the 10th or 20th place. Luck. Many people thought that Dragon God Valley must have been so lucky to have obtained a large number of wind cores. After the announcement, everyone returned to their seats and waited for the second round to begin. Po Yuangui looked around and began to announce the specific rules of the second round. As mentioned before, the second round of the competition would be a rotation battle. Everyone would have to fight against the others one by one. Each victory would give 1 point. In the end, the sect with the highest total score won. Luo Shuihan's revenge. However, there were still some other rules in the process of the competition. For example, the problem of admitting defeat. Before the start of the competition, one could admit defeat. However, once one admitted defeat, they would lose their qualification to continue the competition. They would be eliminated in advance, but they could still keep their points. For example, if a person had already obtained 5 points and encountered an undefeatable opponent, he could take the initiative to admit defeat before the battle began. This way, he could keep his 5 points, but he would lose the qualification to compete in the later rounds. Once the battle started, they could not admit defeat. Once the battle started, the battle would only end when one was defeated, rushed off the fighting stage, or killed. Once the battle started, one couldn't admit defeat. However, if one rushed down from the fighting ring, it would be considered a failure. Not only would they keep their current points, but they could also continue to fight. It was the same for those who were defeated or knocked off the fighting ring. However, if he was killed, his points would return to 0. In other words, no matter how many points a person obtained, once they were killed, they would get 0 points. Therefore, the best choice was to save his life without taking the initiative to admit defeat. Moreover, unlike the treasure auction, the use of saint weapons was not prohibited. This was because the participants of the treasure auction were all powerful. Many of them were half-saints, and they could only display their power with holy weapons. However, there was one important point. The person who won the competition would receive an extra reward. Therefore, this first place was especially important. 10 points could often determine the outcome of the battle. The Tianshan sect had won many consecutive victories, and this first place had played an important role. Alright, I've finished explaining the rules. Now, let's begin the second round. I'll draw lots randomly. Whoever I draw will fight. When everyone has fought, the round will end. Peyuangui spoke and took out a box. Inside the box were the names of the 80 people who had entered the second round. Peyuangui drew 2 names. Dragon Weapon, Luo Shuihan. Peyuangui called out their names. Many people were shocked. They didn't expect that it would be Luo Shuihan's turn in the first match of the second round. Luo Shuihan stood up, took a step forward, and appeared on the fighting ring. In the Dragon God Valley area, a young man stood up with an unsightly expression. Long Bing was one of the 15 people from Dragon God Valley. Long Bing's face turned pale. He did not expect to meet Luo Shuihan first. However, there were 80 people in total, and 15 from Dragon God Valley. The probability of meeting an expert was indeed very high. Long Bing, you are no match for Luo Shuihan. Go up and admit defeat. Zifeng warned the dragon soldier. Dragon soldier nodded and then jumped onto the fighting ring. Looks like I'm in luck. I've met someone from Dragon God Valley in the first round. Luo Shuihan laughed, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Now, let the competition begin. Peyuangui announced. Just admit defeat. Luo Shuihan said lightly. A look of struggle flashed in Long Bing's eyes. If he admitted defeat, he would not be able to get a single point in the treasure sealing assembly. In the second round, Dragon God Valley would reward them with a large number of contribution points for every point they got. It was the same for the other sections. He was not willing to admit defeat. Bang! The dragon soldier stomped his feet and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. As long as he rushed off the fighting ring, he could continue the rest of the competition even though he had lost this round. He was at the first stage of the half-saint realm, so it was still possible for him to get points later. Not good. The moment they saw that Dragon Soldier did not admit defeat but wanted to rush down the fighting stage instead, the expressions of Zifeng and the rest changed drastically. He didn't admit defeat. Once he attacked, he would lose the chance to admit defeat. You actually don't admit defeat. Then I'll send you on your way. Luo Shuihan was overjoyed. Her body was bathed in holy light. Her body moved like a ray of holy light, rushing toward Dragon Soldier. Almost in an instant, she caught up with Dragon Soldier. With a wave of his hand, a palm print of holy light struck toward the dragon weapon. Dragon Soldier's face turned pale. He changed his direction and rushed to the other side. You can't escape. A cold light flashed in Luo Shuihan's eyes. She formed a spear of divine punishment in her palm and shot it out. Puchi. The spear of divine punishment pierced through one of Dragon Soldier's legs. Dragon Soldier's leg exploded. He screamed and fell to the ground, his face full of despair. Luo Shuaihan took a step forward and appeared in front of Long Bing. Her eyes were cold as she said, "Against me, you actually don't admit defeat. Only death awaits you if you think that you're lucky." With a wave of his hand, a ray of holy light cut off one of Dragon Soldier's arms, and blood splashed everywhere. "Ah, Luo Shuaihan, kill me if you want, but don't insult me," the Dragon Soldier roared. Bang! Luo Shuaihan stepped on Dragon Soldier's face and said coldly, "Do I need you to teach me whether I want to kill or not? You people of Dragon God Valley are all so bold to offend me. You all deserve to die." Puchi. Another beam of holy light cut off the other arm of the Dragon Soldier. "Damn it, Luo Shuaihan. If you want to do it, do it." Zifeng roared loudly, like a violent dragon. The rest of the people from Dragon God Valley were also furious. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew colder. Luo Shuaihan did this on purpose. She could have killed Dragon Soldier in one move, but she tortured him in this way. She was taking revenge on Dragon God Valley and Lu Ming. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Ming. He doesn't know what's good for him. Luo Shuaihan laughed and stomped on the ground. Dragon Soldier's body exploded. Luo Shuaihan looked at Lu Ming with vengeful pleasure and said with a smile, "So what if there are many people from Dragon God Valley who have entered the second round? No matter how many people there are, we can just kill them all. Luo Shuaihan, you'd better admit defeat when you meet me. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death." Lu Ming said, his voice as cold as a knife. He had to kill Luo Shuaihan. "You want to kill me? I'll be waiting for you," Luo Shuaihan said coldly. Then, he jumped off the fighting ring. The first round of the competition ended just like that. Junior brothers and sisters, if you encounter someone with a huge difference in cultivation in the following matches, you must admit defeat immediately. Don't try to get lucky. Zifeng transmitted his voice to the other Dragon God Valley geniuses who were participating in the competition. Everyone nodded in agreement. The difference in cultivation was too great, so it was impossible to rush down the fighting ring. The second match, Zifeng vs. Lu De. Peyuangui's voice sounded. "It's my turn in the second round." Zifeng got up and stepped into the battle stage. "I'm really unlucky." In the Heaven Seat King area, a young man stood up with an unsightly expression. It was indeed unlucky to meet one of the top 10 geniuses in the first round. "Junior brother, just admit defeat," the Heaven Seat King's genius warned. Lu De stepped onto the fighting ring. When Peyuangui announced the start of the fight, Lu De directly admitted defeat. If he admitted defeat, he would be eliminated in advance. He would not be able to participate in the following matches. In this way, only 78 people were left out of the 80. In theory, each of the 80 people would have to fight their way through, and in the end, each person would have to fight 80 battles. In reality, it was impossible to fight that many battles. In the process of the competition, there would be people who would constantly admit defeat or be killed. Therefore, the number of people would get smaller and smaller. The further it went, the fewer people there would be. Chapter 1688 Killing a person. Lu De admitted defeat. Zifeng obtained 1 point and returned to the stands. Next, Peyuangui continued to draw lots, and the competition continued. In the third round, the cultivation of the two geniuses was not much different. The second stage of the one-man half-saint realm and the first stage of the one-man half-saint realm. In fact, those who could enter the second round had the lowest cultivation, and almost all of them were at the first stage of the half-saint realm. Moreover, many of them had superior earth spiritual bodies, and a few of them had medium earth spiritual bodies. These were the top heavens favorites of the Azure Continent's 10 great sects, and every single one of them was very strong. In this battle, the first stage half-saint tried his best to rush out of the battle platform. The two were one level apart in cultivation, so they couldn't completely crush each other. The last person in the first stage of the half-saint realm rushed out of the battle platform after paying a small price. This way, he could at least continue to compete in the future. The matches went on one by one, and soon, there were more than 30 matches. Some people admitted defeat, and some were killed. All those who met one of the top 10 geniuses admitted defeat. The gap was too big, and they could only admit that they were unlucky. In Dragon God Valley, there were also a few people who admitted defeat. However, Tian Shui and Xue Ningxin's luck wasn't too bad. The opponents they met were of the same level as them. They were all in the first stage of half-saint. Among those of the same rank, Tian Shui and Xue Ningxin were undoubtedly the strongest. Thus, the two of them had each defeated their opponent, obtaining 1 point. What caught Lu Ming's attention the most was Luo Xiang from the Life and Death Sword sect. This opponent, who had once competed with him in the Emperor Tsang's secret realm, was now extremely terrifying. The second stage of half-saint. Moreover, his spiritual body had actually become a superior grade earth spiritual body. After 15 years of nurturing the sword soul is now nourishing the spirit body, causing it to evolve. What a terrifying cultivation method. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Lu Ming's cultivation could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds in the 100-clan battlefield, but Luo Xiang's cultivation speed was not any slower than his. It was truly shocking. Furthermore, Luo Xiang's combat strength was also unfathomable. A first-stage half-saint from the Yudu sect wanted to rush down the fighting ring, but he was killed in a flash of sword light. This person is very strong. Even Zifeng furrowed his brows, revealing a grave expression. Lu Ming, fight the tiger's roar. At this moment, Peyuangui's voice was heard. It was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, appearing on the fighting ring. Lu Ming's opponent was a young heaven's favorite from the demon fort. He was at the first stage of half-saint. Roar! The tiger roared and transformed into his true form. It was a huge demonic tiger. His eyes were filled with ferocity as he said, "Lu Ming, although you're quite powerful, I'm not afraid of you. Let's fight." Back then, Lu Ming had gone on a killing spree outside the Supreme Treasure Pavilion and had easily killed the experts at the second stage of the half-saint realm. However, those people's spiritual bodies were not of high levels. Hu Shao, on the other hand, was a superior grade earth spiritual body. After the judge announced the start of the match, the tiger roared and pounced on Lu Ming. His claws were like blades as he grabbed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was even faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of Hu Shao and threw a punch. The punch landed on Hu Shao's lower jaw. Hu Shao's huge body was sent flying. He rolled a few times on the fighting ring before he could get up. After getting up, Hu Shao didn't dare to continue fighting. He broke into a run and rushed down the fighting ring. Lu Ming stood there and did not stop him. He watched as Hu Shao rushed down the fighting ring. The Demon Castle and Dragon God Valley had a good relationship. There was no need for Lu Ming to kill the other party. Moreover, Lu Ming could not reveal too much of his combat strength at the moment. Otherwise, how could he lure the people of the Tianshan sect later on? It seems like Lu Ming's combat strength is only average. He's just a little faster, but his attack power isn't that strong. One punch only injured Hu Shao, not killed him. That's normal. Demonic beasts have strong defenses to begin with. Lu Ming's cultivation level isn't that high either. As expected, there were people in the surroundings discussing. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the stands. He had obtained 1 point. The competition continued. Very quickly, the 40 matches of the 80 people were all over. After this round of competition ended, of the 80 people, only 60 people were left to continue participating in the following competitions. The other 20 people were either killed or directly admitted defeat. In fact, 9 of the top 10 geniuses of Zhangzhou had participated in this time's treasure-fixing assembly, because the other one was from one of the 3 sects that had been eliminated long ago. 9 monsters had made 9 people admit defeat. There were also others who admitted defeat or were killed. After one round, there were only 60 people left. In the end, the number of people would become even fewer. In this round, 1 person from Dragon God Valley was killed and 3 had admitted defeat. There were 11 people left. Of these 11 people, 8 had won and obtained 8 points. With this score, they were temporarily ranked first among the 10 great sections. The second place was the Heaven Deity sect with only 6 points. It's just a temporary lead. Well, kill all those with points later and see what their ranking is. In the area of the Heavenly God sect, Luo Shuihan said in a cold voice. Next, Peyuan Gui put the remaining 60 names into a box and started to draw lots again for the second round of competition. Lu Ming, sure you. Peyuan Gui reported his name. I didn't expect that I would be the first person to fight in the second round. Lu Ming smiled and stepped onto the fighting ring. At the same time, a young man from the Tianshan sect's area jumped onto the fighting ring. It's actually a disciple of the Heaven God sect. I've been waiting for this day. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold glint. You're not admitting defeat? Lu Ming asked. Why do I need to admit defeat to you? Do you really think you can kill me? Sure you, the heavens chosen from the Heavenly God sect, sneered. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. Begin. Peyuan Gui announced. As soon as Peyuan Gui finished his words, Sure Yu moved and rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. He believed that he was not Lu Ming's match, but it was not a problem for him to rush down the fighting ring. He had already gotten 1 point, and he didn't want to waste it. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile. He moved and approached Sure Yu in an instant. The black dragon spear appeared in his hand and enlarged rapidly as he swept it at Sure Yu. Sure Yu was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so fast. A milky white sword appeared in his hand. It was undoubtedly a holy weapon. He slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! The combat sword and the black dragon spear collided. Sure Yu's body trembled and he slid back a dozen meters. Lu Ming's body also swayed. Lu Ming, your combat strength is only a so-so, fight. Seeing that Lu Ming had only pushed him back a dozen meters and that Lu Ming himself had wobbled, Sure Yu's confidence was boosted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He held the black dragon spear and fought with Sure Yu. Of course, this was just a big battle that Lu Ming had deliberately created. He still had to fish for more fish later on. If he revealed his powerful combat strength all of a sudden and killed the other party, the other people from the Heavenly God sect would not dare to fight Lu Ming and would admit defeat immediately. Therefore, of course, Lu Ming had to perform well. After exchanging more than a dozen moves with Sure Yu, he then pierced Sure Yu's dantian with his spear and killed him. The Heaven's Pride experts of the Tianshan sect are nothing more than this. Lu Ming held the long spear and looked at Luo Shuihan provocatively. Chapter 1689 Clash of Monsters. Damn it. Luo Shuihan's face darkened. The Son of God, on the other hand, was expressionless. Good job, junior brother. After Lu Ming returned to the grandstand, Tian Chui laughed heartily. After that, the competition continued. This round was much more intense than the first round. Many people had obtained points and would not give up easily unless they encountered the top 10 geniuses. Only then would they admit defeat. One match after another. Without a doubt, the top 10 geniuses had admitted defeat without even making a move. In this round, Xue Ningxin's luck was not good. She had met Wang Jian, one of the top 10 geniuses, and had no choice but to admit defeat. As for Tianque, his luck wasn't bad. He had met another person of the same rank and defeated his opponent, obtaining 2 points. When all 30 matches in the second round ended, another 16 people were eliminated, leaving only 44 people who could continue to participate in the competition. As for Dragon God Valley, there were still 7 people, and they were still in first place. Then, the third round began. Lu Ming did not know if his luck was good or bad this round. He actually encountered another person at the first stage of the semi-sage realm. His opponent did not admit defeat. As soon as the battle began, he rushed to the edge of the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not pursue him and let his opponent rush off the fighting ring. In this way, Lu Ming easily obtained 3 points. Zifeng, of course, also won, also obtaining 3 points. However, Tianque's luck had come to an end. In this round, he had also encountered one of the 10 great monstrous talents, and it was Mo Yang. Tianque directly admitted defeat, causing Mo Yang to coldly snort. Tianque had mocked Mo Yang many times. If Tianque did not admit defeat, Mo Yang would definitely kill him. After the third round of the competition ended, there were only 30 people left. As time went on, the number of people would get smaller and smaller. So, in theory, each of the 80 people would have to fight 80 battles, but in reality, there was no need to fight so many battles. The fourth round only had 30 people to battle. These 30 people could be said to have very strong cultivation. All the first stage half-saints had been eliminated. The remaining ones were in the second stage. Of course, the others did not know Lu Ming's exact cultivation level as he had been using the illusionary breath technique to conceal it. Peyuangui continued to draw lots. This round of battle was undoubtedly even more intense. Many people had similar cultivation levels, so they naturally wouldn't admit defeat easily. The battle was extremely intense. Perhaps it was luck, but the top 10 geniuses still didn't meet each other in this round. Instead, they each defeated their opponent. In this round, Lu Ming encountered an opponent at the second stage of the semi-sage realm. Naturally, the opponent would not admit defeat. He fought with Lu Ming. Lu Ming deliberately entangled himself with the opponent for dozens of moves before he finally knocked the opponent off the fighting ring. When this round ended, there were only 26 people left. Dragon God Valley was still in the lead. Humph, that Lu Ming won't be arrogant for long. Someone from the Heavenly Divine Sect said unhappily. Then, the fifth round, the sixth round. Slowly, the number of people decreased. After the eighth round ended, there were only 18 people left. Lu Ming's luck was surprisingly good. He had not encountered any of the top 10 geniuses and had won all the way, obtaining 8 points. And the top 10 geniuses did not meet each other. At this moment, the ninth round began. Wang Jian, Mo Yang. At this moment, Peyuangui's voice rang out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Finally, was the top 10 geniuses going to clash? The main event was here. Now, there were only 18 people left, including 9 of the top 10 geniuses. They would definitely meet. The next part was the truly exciting part of the treasure sealing convention. Before this, the top 10 geniuses had all swept the others and each of them had obtained 8 points. However, some people's points would stop increasing, while others would continue to increase. The gap between the total points of the 10 great sects would widen. Wang Jian and Mo Yang stepped onto the fighting ring and looked at each other. Mo Yang, 3 years ago, you were no match for me. This time, you are no match for me either. Wang Jian said as sword chi shot up into the sky from his body. Wang Jian was the peerless genius of the Jiuxiao sword sect. He was extremely powerful and his swordsmanship was unparalleled. 3 years ago, before Luo Shuihan had risen to power, Wang Jian had been ranked second among the top 10 geniuses and had competed with the Divine Sun. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, not only had he been defeated by the Divine Sun, but he had also been defeated by Luo Shuihan, dropping to 3rd place. How would you know if you don't fight? I will defeat you in this battle. I'll go. Mo Yang said. Demonic qi surged from his body like a demonic god. When the judge announced the start of the match, the two of them moved at the same time. Sword quaking the 9 heavens. World devil howl. The two of them were old rivals. The moment they attacked, they used their full strength. There was nothing to test. They fought intensely. Laws filled the battle stage. Booming sounds rang out continuously, and terrifying collisions occurred. All around, everyone was watching intently. Many people were shocked and amazed by the two's combat strength. However, Lu Ming lost interest after looking at it for a while. He had seen this level of battle power many times in the 100 Clan battlefield and had no interest in it. Mo Yang and Wang Jian exchanged more than 100 moves. In the end, Wang Jian gained the upper hand and defeated Mo Yang, continuing his victory. Of course, Mo Yang had been defeated, but he could still continue to fight. Mo Yang's face was cold as he returned to the stands, and the competition continued. After the next 2 matches, another heavyweight showdown came. It was another battle between the top 10 geniuses. Zifeng versus the Heaven Seat King's monstrous genius, Wang Zizong. This great battle could be said to be evenly matched. The two people fought fiercely for several hundred moves. In the end, Zifeng won by a slight move and obtained victory. Lu Ming, Lu Yuan. Peyuangui's voice sounded. Lu Yuan, a member of the Heavenly God sect. Lu Ming was finally energized. He took a step forward and appeared on the fighting ring. Finally, he had encountered another heaven's favorite of the Tianshan sect. Lu Yuan stepped onto the fighting ring and stood opposite Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it seems that senior brother Luo Shuihan doesn't need to do anything. You'll die by my hands. Lu Yuan's gaze was cold. His entire body emitted a cold metallic luster, and his aura was extremely powerful. Lu Yuan's combat strength was very strong. He also had a superior earth spiritual body. His cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, where the laws could affect him. In the Azure region, he was second only to the top 10 geniuses. In fact, out of the 18 people left, 9 of them were geniuses, while the other 9 were second only to the top 10 geniuses. They were all top geniuses and were eyeing the top 10 geniuses covetously. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Ming said calmly. Kill. When the judge announced the start of the match, Lu Yuan roared and charged at Lu Ming. The metallic luster on his body became even more intense. It was as if he had turned into a piece of metal. What he cultivated was not the core cultivation technique of the Tianshan sect, the sacred light technique. It was only because his spiritual body did not match the requirements, but it was still extremely terrifying. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and it collided with Lu Yuan's. Clang! It was as if 2 pieces of iron had collided. Lu Yuan's body trembled and he took a few steps back with loud bangs. Of course, Lu Ming also took a few steps back symbolically. Chapter 1690 Killing Lu Yuan, not bad, you can take one of my punches. Again. Lu Yuan roared and took a step forward. His body was like a mountain of metal as he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's essential core was infused into the flowing element gloves and he began to fight Lu Yuan. They exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. This Lu Ming is so powerful. He can actually fight with Lu Yuan. It's indeed shocking. Could it be that Lu Ming did not use his full strength just now? Look, Lu Ming's aura has been completely revealed. He's at the second stage of the half-saint realm. He's really at the second stage of the semi-sage realm. It's amazing that a second-stage semi-sage has such a strong combat strength. Many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. Previously, it was not a big deal that Lu Ming could defeat a second-stage half-saint sovereign because he had to use dozens of moves to defeat his opponent. But now, Lu Ming was actually able to fight Lu Yuan. Everyone was shocked. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves. Damn it! Lu Yuan roared in his heart. He actually could not take down Lu Ming. He started to feel anxious. It's almost time. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands and 6 sealing gates appeared, sealing Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's movements immediately stiffened. Not good. Lu Yuan turned pale with fright. Kill. Lu Ming took out his black dragon spear and thrust it at Lu Yuan's dantian. Puchi. The black dragon spear pierced into Lu Yuan's dantian. Lu Yuan let out an unwilling roar before he died. Lu Yuan is dead. Many people were shocked. What a powerful sealing technique. So Lu Ming is skilled in sealing techniques. I know. He had been hiding it all along and deliberately fought with Lu Yuan. Then, he suddenly used the Book of Sealing to freeze Lu Yuan, who was caught off guard, and then killed him in one fell swoop. Indeed, this is Lu Ming's tactic. Lu Yuan was too careless. Many people discussed and felt that Lu Ming had died due to his own carelessness. Lu Ming. In the stands, Luo Shuihan's eyes were as cold as a knife. Lu Ming had actually killed Lu Yuan. In this case, the Tianshan sect was at a disadvantage. Once Lu Yuan died, his points would be reset to 0. This would be extremely disadvantageous to the total points of the Heavenly God sect. Originally, among the remaining 18 people, the Tianshan sect was in a very advantageous position. This was because of the remaining 18 people, 3 of them were from the Heavenly God sect. In addition to Luo Shuihan, there was another heaven's favorite who was almost the same as Lu Yuan. Furthermore, a genius like Lu Yuan would not be killed even if he faced the top 10 geniuses. If he wanted to rush off the fighting ring, even the top 10 geniuses would not be able to kill him. At this rate, the points of the deity sect would soon surpass that of the Dragon God Valley sect. At that time, as long as he killed Lu Ming, even if he did not kill Lu Ming, as long as he won the first place, he would get 10 extra points. The deity sect would be the first place for sure. However, he did not expect that Lu Yuan would be killed by Lu Ming due to his carelessness. In this case, the Tianshan sect was a little mysterious. Lu Ming must die. Luo Shuihan thought to herself. Luo Shuihan, it's your turn next. I'll send you to accompany Lu Yuan. Lu Ming pulled out the bloody spear and pointed it at Luo Shuihan. Then, he returned to the stands. The competition continued. The next match piqued everyone's interest again. Luo Xiang was going to fight a monster. Luo Xiang had displayed a terrifying combat strength before. Once he used the life-death sword art, no one could defeat him. It was amazing that he could reach this stage as a half-saint. Now, facing one of the top 10 heaven's favorites, what would he do? However, when the battle began, everyone's jaws dropped. The sword light swept across and completely suppressed the monster. In just a dozen or so moves, the monster was in a dangerous situation and almost had his throat cut by a sword. In the end, in a state of injury, he used all his strength to rush down the fighting ring. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. He had defeated one of the top 10 geniuses at the second stage of the half-saint realm. This kind of combat strength was really amazing. So strong, I'm not his match. Zifeng revealed a bitter expression. The other geniuses all looked at Luo Xiang's proud figure on the fighting ring with solemn expressions. How did the Life and Death Sword sect produce such a person? Luo Shuihan's expression was the ugliest. If Luo Xiang was already so strong, then after breaking through the law tank, wouldn't he be no match for him? Wouldn't the number one genius of the Azure continent have to be replaced? No, I have to find an opportunity to get rid of this Luo Xiang. Luo Shuihan's eyes flashed with coldness. She could not let anyone take away her throne as the number one genius of the Azure continent. Luo Xiang's sword technique is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, changing unpredictably. Could it be the legendary law of fast and slow? Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of deep thought. Lu Ming had once obtained part of the 9 dragons' memory fragments. Naturally, his knowledge was far above others. He could tell that the law Luo Xiang had comprehended was most likely the law of speed. There was no doubt that the 10 strongest laws were the strongest in the world. However, below the 10 ultimate maxims, there were some maxims that were also extremely terrifying. They far exceeded ordinary maxims. The fast and slow maxims were maxims at this level, which were only inferior to the 10 ultimate maxims. After Luo Xiang, it was Luo Shuihan's turn to fight with another sovereign. That heaven's favorite was second only to the top 10 geniuses, but in the hands of Luo Shuihan, he had no power to fight back at all. He was madly suppressed by Luo Shuihan. In the end, he did not even manage to escape from the Colosseum and was killed by Luo Shuihan. After killing her opponent, Luo Shuihan's cold eyes looked at Lu Ming, full of provocation. Lu Ming had only killed Lu Yuan due to his carelessness. On the other hand, Lu Ming had completely crushed and killed his opponent with his terrifying strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly and ignored Luo Shuihan. Junior brother Lu Ming, Luo Shuihan's combat strength is even more terrifying than it was 3 years ago. If you're not confident in fighting him, just admit defeat. Zifeng sighed. Luo Shuihan's combat strength was so terrifying that even he could only save his life. He had no chance of winning. My master won't lose. If that Luo Shuihan meets my master, shall definitely be beaten to a pulp. Xiangxiang Beila was unhappy. She pouted and looked at Lu Ming. In Xiangxiang Beila's eyes, Lu Ming was the strongest and would not lose to anyone. All right, your master is the strongest. Zifeng said with a bitter smile. Humph, of course. The little girl finally smiled. This girl. Lu Ming touched Xiangxiang's little head lovingly. The following matches were all extremely intense. The remaining participants were all top-tier heavens favorites from the Azure region. Naturally, no one admitted defeat. The battle was extremely intense. When this round ended, there were only 16 people left. Dragon God Valley was still in the lead. A new round began. The first battle was Zifeng against Wang Jian. In fact, at this point, they no longer used the method of drawing lots, because some people had already fought. If they drew lots, if they drew the same 2 people again, wouldn't they have to fight again? There was no need for that. Next, it was entirely up to Pengui to rank himself. Zifeng fought with all his might, but unfortunately, he was ultimately no match for Wang Jian and was defeated by him. Lu Ming, Luo Shuihan. Pengui's voice sounded. Lu Ming vs Luo Shuihan. Lu Ming and Luo Shuihan. After hearing the 2 names, many people's eyes lit up. Lu Ming had finally met Luo Shuihan. Many people were guessing whether Lu Ming would admit defeat directly. After all, if he did not admit defeat, Luo Shuihan would not let him go. Have we finally arrived? You've come earlier than I expected. That's good. Now that I've dealt with Luo Shuihan, I don't have to hide my strength anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had been hiding his strength to wait for Luo Shuihan. Otherwise, Lu Ming could easily kill these so-called geniuses with one punch. But in that case, Luo Shuihan would not dare to fight with him and would admit defeat directly. Ha ha ha, I've finally met Lu Ming. Luo Shuihan was overjoyed. Senior brother Luo, you must kill Lu Ming and avenge senior brother Lu Yuan. I don't think there's any hope. Lu Ming will be scared witless when he meets senior brother Luo. He won't have the courage to fight. He'll definitely admit defeat at the first moment. You're right. After all, being a coward is better than being killed. The disciples of the Heavenly God sect spoke one after another. Their voices were very loud and spread throughout the entire place. Junior brother, don't fall for their goading. Zifeng's expression changed as he said. The people of the Heavenly God sect were clearly saying this for Lu Ming to hear. They were afraid that Lu Ming would admit defeat directly. Senior brother, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the fighting ring. Luo Shuihan did the same. Lu Ming, you should just admit defeat. If you don't, you'll only die. Luo Shuihan said coldly, her eyes full of disdain. Luo Shuihan, you don't have to use such a lowly method to goad me. But I'll do as you wish and won't surrender. Lu Ming said indifferently. Is that so? Luo Shuihan's eyes flashed with joy. The others were also shocked. Lu Ming did not surrender. Was he going to fight with Luo Shuihan? Could he save his life in the hands of Luo Shuihan? Some people from Dragon God Valley looked worried. Lu Ming, I believe that this is more than your combat strength. In the area of the Life and Death Sword sect, Luo Xiang was carrying a long sword on his back. His whole body was like an extremely sharp battle sword as he stood there and muttered. Begin. At this moment, Peyuangui's voice was heard. Kill. As soon as Peyuangui finished his words, Luo Shuihan shouted. Holy light burst out and a holy weapon spear appeared in her hand. She jumped high and then stabbed at Lu Ming. The long spear pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it was in front of Lu Ming and was aimed at his heart. Luo Shuihan would not have stabbed Lu Ming's dantian at the beginning. If she did, his spiritual god would be destroyed and Lu Ming would be dead. Luo Shuihan would not kill Lu Ming so easily. She wanted Lu Ming to suffer and die in despair. Only then could she vent her hatred. Seeing that the long spear was about to pierce through Lu Ming's heart, many people's hearts were in their throats. Lu Ming, why aren't you dodging? Could it be that Luo Shuihan was so fast and powerful that she had locked onto Lu Ming and made it difficult for him to dodge? Many people had the same thought. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear's tip. Many people did not even see how Lu Ming did it. Then, Luo Shuihan's spear stopped in the air, only a hair's breadth away from Lu Ming's chest. However, he couldn't pierce through it. Kill, die. Luo Shuihan shouted. Holy light burst out and laws circulated. She gathered all her strength and poured it into the spear. The spear shone and stabbed toward Lu Ming. However, it did not move at all. The long spear did not move at all. Lu Ming's hand was like the hand of a god, unmoving like a mountain. How is that possible? How is that possible? Luo Shuihan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She was screaming in her heart. It was unbelievable. She thought she was dreaming. He had used all his strength to launch an attack, but Lu Ming had managed to grab hold of it with one hand. He could not move at all. At this moment, the other people present were also dumbfounded. What was Luo Shuihan doing? Why was it fixed there? Is this all you have? What a disappointment. Lu Ming stared into Luo Shuihan's eyes and said indifferently. Looking at Lu Ming's eyes, Luo Shuihan's heart trembled and a chill ran through her body. At this moment, he knew that Lu Ming had been hiding his combat strength. Lu Ming's actual combat strength was simply abnormal. He was not his match at all. Retreat, retreat, retreat. At this moment, there was only one word in Luo Shuihan's heart. However, it was too late. Buzz. The long spear in his hand buzzed. A terrifying force flowed from Lu Ming's hand along the long spear and into his body. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Buzz. Lu Ming held Luo Shuihan's spear, turned the spearhead, and caught up with her. He thrust the spear, piercing through her heart and nailing her to the fighting ring. Ah, ah. Luo Shuihan screamed. Her body twisted violently and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the heart was a vital point, Luo Shuihan's spirit body would not die in a short time. As long as she was treated well, she would recover soon. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at this scene in disbelief. Luo Shuihan was nailed to the fighting ring by her own spear. How did this happen? In Lu Ming's hands, Luo Shuihan was as weak as a baby. He was the number one genius in Cangzhou. Although he was referring to the number one genius below the sage state, it was still shocking enough. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was simply trash. At this moment, they all knew that Lu Ming must have been hiding his strength. He was waiting for Luo Shuihan, deliberately hiding his strength to wait for her. Many people had the same thought. It was ridiculous that the people of the Tianshan sect and Luo Shuihan herself had goaded Lu Ming not to admit defeat. It was ridiculous. It was probably what Lu Ming wanted. Boom. 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 At this moment, in the stands of the Tianshan sect, one figure after another suddenly stood up, and a shocking aura burst out from their bodies. They were all experts of the Saint realm. Their hearts trembled, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Luo Shuihan was defeated? At that moment, the Son of God's expression finally changed. His eyes were filled with holy light and sharp. Lu Ming, let me go. Luo Shuihan shouted. Let go of you, what a joke. Lu Ming's vital essence condensed into a knife and cut down. One of Luo Shuihan's arms flew out, making her scream in pain. I'll return the favor to you for treating my Dragon God Valley disciples so badly. Lu Ming said coldly. His essential core was like a blade, slashing down again. Blood splattered everywhere, and Luo Shuihan's other arm also flew out. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. Spare me. Luo Shuihan was finally scared and started to beg for mercy. Chapter 1692 Spear pointed at Son of God. Luo Shuihan screamed and began to beg for mercy. Before this, not even in his dreams would he have thought that it would end like this. 3 years ago, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the LV4 martial royal realm. How did he become so powerful 3 years later? Even he, the number one genius of the Azure continent, could not fight back. He couldn't figure it out, but now, he only wanted to live. In the past, when he was killing others, he acted high and mighty, looking down on others as if they were ants. But now that it was his turn, he finally understood how terrifying he was. Let you off? Is that even possible? Don't you think it's too funny? Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice filled with disdain. Elder, save me, save me. Luo Shuihan cried out to the elders of the deity sect for help. Lu Ming, you'd better let him go. An elder from the heavenly god sect spoke. The aura that was emitted from this elder was extremely shocking. The vast saint might was constantly spreading out, filling the sky with a heavy pressure. This was definitely a terrifying expert, far beyond the ordinary bright saint realm. This was a supreme saint. Huh, what a joke. You were defeated in the treasure auction, and now you're threatening me. You're a great sage, but you're really shameless. In the Dragon God Valley area, the Purple Dragon Valley Master stood up. He also exuded a terrifying aura, which was opposite to the supreme sage of the Tianshan sect. The aura between heaven and earth became even more oppressive. The face of the supreme saint of the heavenly god sect darkened. He also knew that as a great saint, he had gone too far by interfering. But Luo Shuihan was very talented, second only to the Divine Son. If he didn't die, he would definitely reach the saint realm in the future. He might even reach the supreme saint realm or even the absolute saint realm. After so many years, how many absolute saints did the heavenly god sect have? There weren't many absolute saints in the entire Azure continent, and they had all been accumulated over the years. It was definitely a huge loss to be killed by Lu Ming. Buzz! The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. The spear's radiance was shocking. Luo Shuihan, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. Luo Shuihan was almost scared out of her wits. She struggled madly and screamed. Lu Ming, you'd better think twice. The supreme saint of the heavenly god sect said coldly. Think thrice? I only need to think twice before killing someone. Why do I need to think twice? Yes, Lu Ming replied. The black dragon spear pierced through Luo Shuihan's dantian and destroyed her spiritual god. Luo Shuihan let out an unwilling roar. Her eyes were as wide as a dead fish's. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that her life would come to an end like this, killed by Lu Ming here. Senior brother divine child, avenge me. Luo Shuihan roared one last time, and her life was extinguished. Luo Shuihan was dead. The supreme saints of the Tianshan sect and the other sages all exuded a shocking aura. They looked at Lu Ming coldly, but in the end, they restrained their aura and sat down. This was the treasure sealing assembly, and all the sects were present. If they broke the rules, they would be jointly suppressed by the other sections. Luo Shuihan is dead. Many people murmured, still in disbelief. Even the other geniuses were the same. They were somewhat dumbfounded. The number one genius of the Azure region, the mountain that weighed down on the heads of all the conquerors of the Azure region, the insurmountable mountain, had been easily killed by Lu Ming. It made them feel that it was unreal. How could this be? How did this happen? Mo Yang mumbled to himself, as if he had been struck dumb. Luo Shuihan had been killed just like that. What about him? What could he do against Lu Ming? Thinking of this, he shivered. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so powerful? I knew you were hiding your strength, but it's still beyond my expectations. Luo Xiang murmured. His eyes were full of battle intent, but in the next moment, he retracted it. Master is the most powerful. I knew Master was the most powerful. In the Dragon God Valley area, Lu Xiangxiang cried out. She didn't seem surprised at all. In her heart, it was as if everything had happened. All right. All right, my judgment is not even as good as a little girl's. Zifeng smiled bitterly. Ha ha ha, senior brother Zifeng, that's because you don't understand Lu Ming. In the future, after getting to know him for a long time, it won't be strange no matter what he does. Tian Chui laughed out loud. Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, Longyuan Mountain, and the others all knew what was going on. Previously, Lu Ming had said that he had a 50% chance of killing the Divine Son. It was only natural that he would be able to kill a mere Luo Shuihan. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming put away Luo Shuihan's storage ring and holy weapon spear. These were his spoils of war, so he would not be polite. Then, with a shake of the spear, Luo Shuihan's body flew out of the fighting ring. Buzz! As he pointed the black dragon spear, everyone's hearts trembled. That was because Lu Ming was pointing in the direction of the divine sun. Son of God, just you wait. You're next. Lu Ming pointed his gun at the divine sun, his killing intent cold. I will send you down to accompany Luo Shuihan. The Son of God spoke. As he opened and closed his eyes, a terrifying holy light flashed. Everyone in the surroundings was suddenly filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to the battle between Lu Ming and the divine sun. Previously, most people had thought that Lu Ming was not qualified to fight with the divine sun at all. They thought that he might have been killed by the divine god sect during the treasure auction. Even if they were lucky enough to pass the treasure-fixing assembly, they would not have the slightest hope against the divine sun. But now, they suddenly felt a strong sense of anticipation. Lu Ming had killed Luo Shuihan with a flip of his hand. He was unfathomable. Who knew if Lu Ming had hidden his strength? Perhaps he could really fight with the Son of God? Buzz! The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hand shook and the blood on it flew away. He then put the black dragon spear away and returned to the stands. Now, let the competition continue. Peyuangui announced. The competition continued, but the rest of the competition was already boring. The people watching were not in the mood. They were all looking forward to the battle between Lu Ming and the divine sun. The person who was fighting didn't have the mood. With Lu Ming around, did they still have any hope of competing for the first place? With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could completely sweep away all the other sections. In addition, Dragon God Valley had Zifeng. Moreover, due to their numbers, they had been leading in points. How could the other sects compete in this way? They could no longer see any hope, so their fight was just a formality. Soon, this round ended and they entered the next round. Lu Ming, Mo Yang. When he heard Peyuangui's voice, Mo Yang's face turned pale. Lu Ming and Mo Yang stepped onto the fighting ring, facing each other. Mo Yang, you said earlier that you would kill me. Wait a minute, you won't admit defeat right away, will you? I don't think you, Mo Yang, are that gutless, right? Lu Ming said. You, Mo Yang gritted his teeth, his face alternating between green and white. He had intended to admit defeat. However, after hearing Lu Ming's words, he admitted that he was gutless. Lu Ming was deliberately embarrassing him. Begin. Peyuangui announced. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and the fighting ring rumbled. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Mo Yang shouted. Chapter 1693 Battling the Son of God. As soon as Peyuan returned to one announced the start of the match, Mo Yang immediately shouted that he had admitted defeat. He did not dare to delay at all for fear of being killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Lu Ming stopped in his tracks and said in disdain, You really don't have the guts. Where did the arrogant aura that you had when you said you wanted to kill me go? Mo Yang's face turned red, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. He lowered his head and returned to the stands without saying anything. Now, the more he spoke, the more he would only humiliate himself. He was filled with hatred, but he did not have the courage to fight Lu Ming to the death. Ninth junior brother, I've already expected this outcome. He's just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Tian Chui said. That's right. The words of this kind of person are like farts. Xuanixin said. Squeak. Mo Yang gritted his teeth so hard that he almost broke them. Lu Ming, they'll let you be arrogant for a while. You'll still die at the hands of the divine sun later. I'll bear with you for now. In the future, I'll kill all these people from Dragon God Valley. Mo Yang roared in his heart. The competition continued. There was no longer any suspense in the rest of the competition. Anyone who encountered Lu Ming would admit defeat immediately, including those from the top 10 geniuses. Junior brother Lu Ming, I admit defeat. Am not your match. Later on, Zifeng also encountered Lu Ming and directly admitted defeat. Lu Ming ran into Luo Xiang at the back. Lu Ming had thought that Luo Xiang would fight him. He did not expect Luo Xiang to shake his head and say, Lu Ming, let's spar if we have the chance in the future. Am not your match now. With that, he directly left the fighting ring. In this way, Lu Ming swept away all his opponents. All the matches of this time's treasure sealing assembly have ended. When Peyuan Gui made the announcement, the Dragon God Valley cheered. When Dragon God Valley won, there was no need to calculate the score. They all knew that Dragon God Valley had won. Lu Ming had defeated everyone alone. With the 10 points he had earned, there was no doubt. Dragon God Valley has won first place in this treasure auction. The 2 ancient treasures will be kept by Dragon God Valley. We will compete for them in 3 years. Peyuan Gui announced. Now, give me the 2 treasures. The master of Purple Dragon Valley stood up and looked at the supreme saint of the deity sect. The supreme saint of the heavenly god sect was extremely unwilling and his face turned ugly. He had brought the 2 treasures with him, but he had never thought of handing them over. This was because with the lineup of the heavenly god sect, it was certain that they would obtain the first place this time. He had never expected that the boy, who was at the LV4 martial royal realm and boasted shamelessly about challenging the deity 3 years ago, would be so powerful. He had killed Luo Shuihan and defeated the others, helping Dragon God Valley to win the first place. Now, he had no choice but to hand it over. Damned little bastard, you're dying but you still won't die in peace. The great sage of the heavenly god sect roared in his heart. In his opinion, Lu Ming would definitely be killed by the divine sun. There was no doubt about it. There was no other possibility. However, even if Lu Ming was dead, it was an undeniable fact that Dragon God Valley had won first place and controlled 2 treasures for 3 years. What's wrong? You're dilly-dallying, don't you want to hand it over? The Purple Dragon Valley master sneered. Hand it over then. I don't think you can figure out anything in 3 years. The great sage of the heavenly god sect said coldly. It had been so many years. One of the 2 treasures was said to contain the secret of becoming a sovereign. However, after so many changes in the sect, no one had managed to figure out the reason. He didn't believe that Dragon God Valley could figure out anything in just 3 years. He took out a storage ring and threw it to the Purple Dragon Valley master. The master of Purple Dragon Valley took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He smiled. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was not particularly interested in the other treasure. What he wanted was the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! The sky buzzed as a powerful pressure descended. The Son of God stepped into the air and his body bloomed with holy light. His eyes were cold as he stood above the fighting ring and looked down at Lu Ming. Many people were shocked. Were the Divine Sun and Lu Ming going to make a move? Lu Ming, they'll give you time to recover. The Son of God said coldly. There's no need to recover. I can fight now. Lu Ming's gaze swept toward the Divine Sun. He rose into the air and stood opposite the Divine Sun. Without a doubt, at this moment, Lu Ming and the Divine Sun had become the focus of the scene. Is the war finally about to start? Someone muttered. In fact, many people had come to the treasure sealing assembly specifically to watch the duel between Lu Ming and the Divine Sun. Do you think Lu Ming can fight the Divine Sun? It's very difficult. The Divine Sun entered the Sage Realm a year and a half ago, while Lu Ming is only in the Half-Saint Realm. Moreover, he's only in the second stage of the Half-Saint Realm. The difference is too great. It's impossible to cross over. It's almost impossible for anyone who isn't a saint warrior. Moreover, the other party is a divine son, stronger than an ordinary saint. Lu Ming has no hope. Many people discussed and some sighed. They felt that Lu Ming could not possibly be a match for the divine son. Go, master, beat him up. Lu Xiangxiang waved her little fists. On Longyuan Mountain, Yang Tianzong, Tian Chui, Xuaningxin and the rest looked on quietly, their eyes revealing a trace of worry. The Son of God's body glowed with holy light, and even his eyes turned into milky white holy light. He said coldly, Lu Ming, although your combat strength is not bad, it'll let you understand the difference between a non-saint and a saint. Bang! The divine son stepped forward like the son of a god. Holy light burst forth, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Then, he slapped out a huge holy light palm print. Saint power surged and laws circulated. It was terrifying to the extreme. He only used the power of an initial bright saint. You're really looking down on me. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not dodge but threw a punch. Lu Ming's fist glowed, and the shadow of a steel could be vaguely seen flashing by. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard. The huge holy light palm print was shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Lu Ming dashed past the holy light and charged at the divine son. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. He had directly destroyed the divine son's attack and took the initiative to attack the divine son. Could it be that Lu Ming really had the combat strength of a sage? Thinking of this, many people widened their eyes and held their breath, staring at the scene without blinking, afraid of missing the crucial scene. The Son of God's eyes turned cold, and his hands glowed with holy light. They were like two milky white saint stones, crystal clear and holy. Buzz! 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 His palm continued to strike at Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Lu Ming's palm was flowing with chaos laws as he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique. He was fearless as he continued to bombard the area. Thump! Thump! Boom! A dense series of collisions rang out. Lu Ming and the divine son collided more than 100 times in an instant. Every time they collided, a dull boom rang out in the sky. The two figures crossed each other like two streams of light. Some of the weaker cultivators could not even see clearly. Thump! The last attack forced the two of them to retreat. However, Lu Ming only took 3 steps back, while the divine son took 9 steps back. The Son of God was at a disadvantage. Many people's hearts trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1694 Peak Battle. This is impossible. Everyone in the Heavenly God sect was roaring in their hearts. They could not accept this. In their hearts, the Divine Son, who was invincible in the same realm, was forced into a disadvantageous position by a half-saint with his cultivation of the saint realm. This was simply a fantasy. How is that possible? How is that possible? Mo Yang shook his head repeatedly and roared in his heart. All this while, he had not taken Lu Ming seriously. He thought that he could easily crush Lu Ming. But he didn't expect that this time, it completely subverted his imagination. Previously, Lu Ming had easily killed Luo Shuihan, which made his heart tremble. He did not even dare to fight Lu Ming and admitted defeat. He thought that Lu Ming would die at the hands of the Divine Son. However, he now realized that Lu Ming had not used much of his strength earlier. Now, he was actually able to suppress the Divine Son. Why is he so strong? Why am I not the stronger one? Who is Lu Ming? What right does he have to have such combat strength? Mo Yang roared in his heart. He was extremely jealous. Lu Ming, you really didn't let me down. However, this is still far from enough. In the area of the Tianshan sect, Xie Nianzhen's eyes flickered as he murmured in his heart. On the other hand, the people at Dragon God Valley were cheering. Son of God, is this your true power? It doesn't seem to work. Lu Ming's slightly mocking voice was heard. The Son of God's eyes were filled with surprise. Lu Ming, your combat strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. It's a pity that you've met me. You're destined to die. Bang! The Son of God stepped forward. The saint light on his body became even more intense. It turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Bang! Bang! Then, the divine sun strode towards Lu Ming. With each step, his aura grew stronger. In the end, the divine sun's aura was so powerful that it was shocking. It was several times stronger than before. Great mastery of Bright Saint. In Dragon God Valley, the Purple Dragon Valley Master could not help but exclaim. What? The Divine Child has already reached the great mastery of the Bright Saint stage. So fast, the greater mastery of Bright Saint is several times more powerful than the lower mastery of Bright Saint. Lu Ming is finished. The Divine Sun's cultivation is too high. Lu Ming is no match for him. It's a pity. Lu Ming is indeed extremely powerful. It's rare to see him like this since ancient times. If he's given a few more years, he might be able to fight against the Divine Sun. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. The time left for him is too short. Many people sighed. Some shook their heads, but some were gloating, hoping that Lu Ming would be killed. Yin Zisong and the others from the Silver Dragon Valley looked ferocious, hoping that Lu Ming would be killed. The strength that Lu Ming had displayed this time was too shocking. If Lu Ming was not killed, they would not have a place in Dragon God Valley in the future. Lu Ming, you're going to die in the end. Mo Yang laughed in his heart, but his face was filled with ferocity. Buzz! A small, snow-white pagoda appeared above the Son of God's head. It was rapidly growing in size. At the same time, a combat sword appeared in his hand. It was covered in holy light. Without a doubt, these were all holy weapons. Buzz! The small snow-white tower grew to the size of a mountain and pressed down on Lu Ming. With the cultivation of a divine sun in the upper tier of the Bright Saint, he was extremely powerful when controlling a saint weapon. At this moment, light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. A holy weapon flew out from each light spot. There were a total of 36 holy weapons, floating around him. The others were dumbfounded and almost bit their tongues. 36 holy weapons. Lu Ming had taken out 36 holy weapons at once. Most of the people were dumbfounded. Most people had never touched a holy weapon before and had only seen others use it. But now, Lu Ming took out 36 holy weapons at once. It was really infuriating to compare people. What's the use of having many holy weapons? The Son of God coldly spoke. The giant pagoda glowed and pressed down. The battle weapon chi of the 36 holy weapons around Lu Ming connected with each other and gathered on a huge cauldron. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand and the huge cauldron enlarged rapidly, crashing toward the giant tower. Boom! It was as if two mountains had collided. The sky shook violently. After the cauldron and the giant pagoda collided, they were evenly matched and retreated together. Kill! The Son of God wielded a long spear and charged at Lu Ming. The long spear pierced through the air, making a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He grabbed the black dragon spear beside him, gathered the chi of the combat weapon, and circulated the law, then charged at the divine sun. The light collided in the void, and the force swept in all directions. Experts like the Purple Dragon Valley Master set up a defensive light curtain with a wave of their hands. Otherwise, those below the Saint Realm would have died if they were hit by the Qi. Great Saint Light Technique. The Son of God howled. The holy light on his body became even more dazzling. In the end, it turned into a holy light armor that covered the Son of God. The Son of God's power became even stronger. The spear of divine punishment pierced through the void. It was indestructible. The divine child started to suppress Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and activated his divine sword technique. 2 pitch-black rays of light burst out from his eyes and rushed into the divine son's glabella. The divine son's glabella emitted a bright light, but he only trembled slightly as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming's current soul force was equivalent to an initial bright saint, while the divine son was a greater bright saint. He most likely had a soul defense technique. Lu Ming's divine sword technique had little effect on the divine son. Chaos. Lu Ming muttered. A Chaos Empyrean seal appeared in his left hand and he threw it at the divine son. The Chaos Sky-turning seal rapidly grew in size and pressed down, causing the Son of God's expression to turn grave. He controlled the giant tower and crashed it into the Chaos Sky-turning stamp. The spear of God's punishment in his hand did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear in his hand and met the attack head-on. Boom! The giant pagoda was sent flying, but the Chaos Sky-turning seal also disappeared without a trace. Again. Another Chaos Empyrean seal was formed in Lu Ming's hands and he charged at the divine son. Lu Ming condensed the Chaos Empyrean seal and used the 10,000 soldiers' art to fight the divine son. For a moment, the two of them were actually evenly matched. The battle ended in a draw, and they constantly collided in the void. It was extremely intense. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. He was only at the second stage of the half-saint realm. Back then, in the 100-clan battlefield, Lu Ming, his second body, and Bubbles had killed a perfected bright saint with just a few moves. However, that was only the combination of the three. If Lu Ming was alone, he could only slightly suppress the existence of the Enlightenment Saint, but he would not be able to kill him. Now, Lu Ming had 36 holy weapons sealed in his body. After cultivating in seclusion in the Dragon God Valley for more than a month, he had finally cultivated the Chaos Sky-turning seal to the 6th level. With Lu Ming as the main body, his overall combat strength was much stronger than it had been in the 100 Tribes battlefield. However, the saints outside were stronger than the saints in the 100 Clan battlefield because they could use the laws more smoothly. Moreover, the Divine Son was a monster of the Azure region. He was the #1 genius of the Azure region and was indeed very powerful. Therefore, even though Lu Ming had used all his strength, he could only fight to a draw with the Divine Son. Chapter 1695 Primary and secondary bodies appearing together. Lu Ming and the Divine Son engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. At this moment, everyone at the scene was no longer shocked but numb. They were numb to Lu Ming's combat strength. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. They had never heard of a person in the second stage of the half-saint realm being able to fight a saint in the upper tier of the bright saint realm. Furthermore, the opponent was a monstrous figure. Everyone's attention was focused on the final outcome of this battle. Everyone held their breath and clenched their fists tightly. They watched nervously without blinking. They understood that this battle was destined to be recorded in the history books of the Azure continent. It could be called a pinnacle battle. Lu Ming's main body was surrounded by 36 holy weapons and he held the Chaos Empyrean seal in his hand. He looked like a god of war. The Divine Son had a giant floating tower above his head and held the spear of divine punishment in his hand. He was covered in holy light armor and looked like the son of a god. The two of them fought in the air and exchanged more than a dozen moves. At this point, the Son of God's heart started to get a little anxious. Given his realm, he was already shocked to the core that he could not take down Lu Ming even now. Lu Ming must die. If this goes on, there'll be no match for him in a few years. An idea that even the Divine Son himself found hard to accept popped up in his mind. However, he knew that it was the truth. That was why he had to kill Lu Ming today. Holy Light Sword. The Son of God shouted. A snow-white combat sword flew out from his forehead. As soon as it appeared, sword chi shot up into the sky and stirred up the wind and clouds. Great Saint Weapon, damn it! The Purple Dragon Valley Master shouted angrily. The others in Dragon God Valley were also shocked. The Divine Child had actually refined a great sage weapon. A great saint weapon was much stronger than an ordinary bright saint weapon. It was the exclusive saint weapon of a great saint. Originally, Lu Ming and the Divine Son were evenly matched. However, with the great saint weapon, the balance was probably going to be broken. Holy Light Sword, slash. The Son of God put away the spear in his hand and wielded the Holy Light Sword. With a slash, a terrifying sword light was sent flying towards Lu Ming. Boom! This sword struck the Chaos Sky-turning seal that was bombarding him. The Chaos Sky-turning seal trembled violently and then exploded in the air. Then, the Divine Son stepped forward with his sword and slashed at Lu Ming again. The black dragon spear in Lu Ming's hands swept out horizontally, sweeping towards the other party. Clang! The Holy Light Sword struck the black dragon spear, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming could feel a terrifyingly sharp aura surging towards him, and he could not help but retreat. The Holy Light Sword did not stop and continued to slash at him. With a single thought, Lu Ming used the surrounding holy weapons to block in front of him. They were all defensive weapons. Boom! Boom! The holy weapons trembled, and a few of them were sent flying. Lu Ming had to retreat to block the opponent's attack. The Divine Son had taken out his great saint weapon and his combat strength had increased greatly. Lu Ming was already at a disadvantage. Kill! The Son of God wielded his sword and charged at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming's holy weapon danced around him as he activated the chi of his combat weapon to fight his opponent. After the series of battles, Lu Ming stopped using the Chaos Sky-turning seal. Although the power of the Chaos Sky-turning seal was strong, the consumption was too great. If he continued to use it, he would definitely run out of genuine yuan. Kill! The Divine Son bellowed. His killing intent was wild as he launched a storm of attacks at Lu Ming. It was already a great humiliation to him that he had not killed Lu Ming since the start of the battle. He had to kill Lu Ming as soon as possible. Lu Ming used the 10,000 soldiers art to block it, but his figure kept retreating. He was being suppressed by the Divine Son. Buzz! After Lu Ming blocked the Divine Son's sword, he soared into the sky. You want to leave? You can't, kill him. The Divine Son said coldly. He rose into the sky and charged at Lu Ming. Who said him leaving? Lu Ming's voice was heard. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a figure walked out. Second body inscription. As soon as his second body appeared, the Tai Chi formation disc floated in the air, and a Tai Chi diagram crushed down toward the Divine Son. At the same time, Lu Ming's main body attacked as well. He looked down from above and became one with his spear, turning into a dazzling spear light that swooped down toward the Divine Son. The Tai Chi disc array had the power to seal and destroy. It floated above him, trying to seal and destroy the Divine Child. Buzz! The attack from Lu Ming's main body arrived, and the spear's gleam pierced the space between the Divine Son's eyebrows. Holy light burst forth from the Divine Son's body. With a loud roar, he slashed out with his sword, cutting Lu Ming's spear light. Boom! The Son of God's body fell. Kill! Ming Lian's second body controlled the Tai Chi formation disc and continued to suppress the Son of God. At the same time, he activated the law of formation Dao. Countless runes spread out, forming a sword that slashed down at the Son of God. Lu Ming's main body continued to attack. The main body and the second body joined forces, not giving the Son of God any chance to breathe. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Why were there two Lu Mings at the scene? How audacious! You're actually fighting two against one. You've already broken the rules. The supreme sage of the heavenly god sect shouted with a cold look in his eyes. Are you blind? I can't tell. The two Lu Mings have the same aura. They're clearly the same person. This is just a secret technique. Although the Purple Dragon Valley Master was also shocked, he sneered and retorted the supreme sage of the heavenly god sect. That's right. It's just a secret technique. Two people are actually one person, just like a clone. What's wrong with that? If you're so capable, ask the divine child to use a clone too. Tian Chui spoke. Humph, the elders are talking, and it's your turn to interrupt, you little brat. You don't know your place. The great sage of the heavenly god sect waved his sleeves and turned his head away coldly without saying a word. Indeed, the aura of Lu Ming's main body and his second body were exactly the same, and so were the soul fluctuations. They were clearly the same person, just like a clone, but they were many times more brilliant than a clone. It was unbelievable that two bodies could cultivate different cultivation techniques and comprehend different laws. No matter what, since it was the same person, it was not against the rules. And asking the divine child to use a clone was a joke. A clone's strength was only a few % of the real Bodhis. Furthermore, using a clone technique at this time would only weaken the real Bodhis battle prowess, which was not a wise decision. Lu Ming took the main body and then the second, launching a series of attacks. His attacks were like a storm, not giving the divine son a chance to catch his breath. The situation had completely reversed. Now, it was the divine son who was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming kept on attacking. Could it be that the divine child is going to lose? No way, if he's not a saint, he's going to kill a saint. Oh my God, this is too terrifying. Many people couldn't hide the shock in their hearts and exclaimed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to force the divine child to this extent. No wonder I lost to you in the divine wilderness continent, and the Xia family lost to you. However, this is not enough. The divine child still has a secret technique that he has not used. Xian Yinjuan murmured in surprise. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body continuously launched attacks. They coordinated with each other and their power increased greatly. Son of God, is that all you've got? Looks like you'll be the one to die today. Lu Ming said. Although he said that, he did not dare to be careless at all. He was on full alert. Chapter 1696 Law Tank Xian Yanqing had told him that the deity had a secret skill that could greatly increase one's strength for a short period of time. He had to be on guard. Lu Ming, you're looking for death. You forced me to use the holy explosion technique. The Son of God roared. Boom! At that moment, the Son of God's body glowed with holy light. The holy light armor covering his body actually exploded, turning into holy light and entering the Son of God's body. At that moment, the deity's aura skyrocketed and actually rushed towards the peak of a bright saint. What? The divine child still has a secret technique, what a terrifying secret skill. His aura is starting to skyrocket. It's so strong, and it's still rising. His temperament has changed. Many people cried out in alarm. Roar! At this moment, the Son of God let out a beast-like roar. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with ferocity. The pure white holy light on his body was no longer pure, but mixed with a trace of blood. Lu Ming, die! The Son of God roared as he slashed out with his sword. The Taiji diagram was instantly shattered and dissipated in the air. At the same time, the sword light was different. It slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. Lu Ming's body trembled violently as he felt an irresistible force coming at him. His body was sent flying into the air. Kill! The Son of God roared. He took a step forward and charged forward. His sword light shook the sky, as if it could destroy everything. Countless runes appeared on the second body, which turned into all kinds of weapons and flew toward the divine sun. At the same time, the Tai Chi disc array lit up, and another Tai Chi formation diagram appeared. Then, the Tai Chi formation diagram split into two, turning into a pair of yin-yang fish swords that slashed toward the divine sun. Bang! 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 The Son of God's sword light easily destroyed the various weapons condensed from the secondary Bodhis array Dao laws. The sword light then struck the yin-yang fish sword. Buzz! Buzz! Sparks flew in all directions, and the sword chi was unrestrained. The yin-yang fish sword was sent flying. Buzz! In the sky, a huge chaos sky-turning seal pressed down on the Son of God. Behind the chaos sky-turning seal, Lu Ming swooped down with his 36 saint weapons, aiming for the Son of God. Holy light slash, break! The Son of God roared and slashed out with his sword. A beam of holy light sword chi shot up into the sky. It was as if it had split the world in two and slashed at the chaos sky-turning seal. Zzzzzzzzz. When the sword light struck the chaos sky-turning seal, an ear-piercing sound was heard. The sword light was actually breaking the chaos sky-turning seal at a rapid speed. Bang! In the end, the primal chaos sky-turning seal exploded. The sword radiance did not stop and collided with Lu Ming, who was behind the primal chaos sky-turning seal. The terrifying vibrations continued to ring out. The saint weapons around Lu Ming were sent flying one by one. Lu Ming's body was once again sent flying into the sky. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was also a little shocked. After the Son of God used the secret skill, his strength increased by several times. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. Instead, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Battle! 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 Lu Ming did not retreat. Instead, he closed in. His main body turned into his second body, and he charged at the divine sun at the same time. All kinds of attacks were launched at the divine sun continuously. The Son of God wielded the great saint sword and slashed out with a sword light, destroying Lu Ming's various attacks. Then, the combat sword slashed out continuously. Beams of dazzling sword gleams surged toward Lu Ming. Bang! 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 The explosions continued. Lu Ming's various attacks were destroyed and he was forced to retreat. Kill! The Son of God transformed into a beam of sword light and shot into the sky, heading straight for Lu Ming's body. Clang! 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 The sword radiance bloomed and the holy weapons that surrounded Lu Ming were sent flying one by one. One of the shields even had a crack after being cut by the sword. Lu Ming, you're dead meat today. The divine sun said coldly as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Whoosh! A sword gleam almost split Lu Ming's body in half. Lu Ming did not call for Bubbles to help. Bubbles was a spiritual beast and was not within his combat power. If he were to call Bubbles out, the supreme sage of the Tianshan sect would probably interfere. He could only rely on himself. Buzz! Lu Ming's main body retreated quickly while his second body stepped forward. He controlled the Tai Chi disc array and pressed it down on the divine sun. Clang! The Son of God's sword struck the Tai Chi formation disc. The formation disc trembled and was sent flying. It wasn't that the Tai Chi formation disc wasn't strong, but that his second Bodhi's cultivation was limited, and it couldn't unleash much of its power. Kill! The divine child charged at Lu Ming's main body again, as if he had his eyes fixed on it. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was no match for him. He was in danger and was almost cut in half at the waist again. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. Lu Ming is already at his wit's end. He has used all his strength. That's right. He's strong enough, but he's no match for the divine child. He's going to die here. What a pity. It was obvious that Lu Ming had used all his strength since the beginning of the battle. Unfortunately, he was no match for the enemy. Lu Ming's body was swept by the sword ray and a bloody gash appeared, blood flowing out. Lu Ming, you have no chance. The divine sun bellowed, his attacks like a storm. Lu Ming was in danger. However, despite being in danger, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He exerted the law of chaos to the extreme and fought the divine sun. At the same time, he refined his secondary body and launched continuous attacks at the divine sun. The law tank. Divine child, I'll use you to break through the law tank. In the midst of danger, Lu Ming was exceptionally calm. He was highly concentrated and his essential core and the laws of chaos were circulated to the extreme. The more dangerous it was, the more it could stimulate one's potential. A ray of sword light pierced through Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's spiritual body was powerful. It contained a wisp of chaotic qi, which was not weaker than a medium-grade celestial spiritual body. His spiritual body immediately squirmed and sealed the wound. The destructive power of the sword qi was worn out, so it did not cause too much damage. The body of law, the body of law. This word kept appearing in Lu Ming's mind. His mind seemed to have entered a mysterious state. The state of life and death. Facing the fatal threat of the divine child, Lu Ming finally entered that state again. Buzz. At this moment, an invisible wave rushed into Lu Ming's body from the sky. That is. The laws of nature are in the tank. Someone shouted. He's broken through. Lu Ming has broken through. He's actually breaking through in the middle of a great battle with the divine sun. Unbelievable. He's about to break through the nomological tank. Is the situation going to be reversed again? Everyone was shocked. The experts of the Heavenly Gods sect stood up. Their auras exploded and their hearts trembled. The body will need some time to adapt to the laws. Son of God, kill him now. The great sage of the Heavenly God sect roared. Lu Ming, be careful. The Purple Dragon Valley Master also shouted to warn Lu Ming. Everyone knew that this battle had reached a critical moment. If Lu Ming's body had gotten used to it, he would have turned the tide and killed the divine sun. Lu Ming's combat strength was already terrifying enough. If he made another breakthrough, he might really be able to defeat the divine sun. Furthermore, the divine child's secret technique could greatly increase his strength for a short period of time, but that was only for a short period of time. There was a time limit, and if one side lost while the other side gained, the divine child would definitely die. That was why the opportunity to become the godchild was now. Other people are other people, I am me, Lu Ming, you don't have the chance. Kill. The divine sun shouted and raised his combat strength to the maximum as he charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Now that the laws of chaos were in his body, Lu Ming indeed needed some time to get used to it. This period of time was the most dangerous period for him. You can't escape. The Son of God gave chase. Whoosh! Whoosh! A pair of yin-yang fish swords slashed toward the divine sun. Get lost! The divine sun combat sword slashed out and sent the yin-yang fish sword flying. He seemed to have noticed the difference between the main and secondary body. He stared at Lu Ming's main body and ignored the secondary body. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being pierced rang out as the second body took out 21 phoenix feather flying swords. They formed a sword formation and attacked the Son of God. Get lost, get lost! The Son of God's battle sword swept across, and the sword chi broke through the air. All the phoenix feather flying swords were sent flying. However, at this moment, Lu Ming moved and appeared in front of his main body, blocking it. At the same time, he waved his hands at high speed. In the air, countless runes appeared, and one after another, large formations appeared. All kinds of defense, trap, bind, attack, all of them rushed towards the divine sun. Now, the secondary Bodhi's main purpose was to stall for time. If you want to stall for time, break. The Son of God's hair stood on end as he swept his combat sword across, breaking through the formations one by one. The second body took a few steps forward. With each step, countless runes appeared. One after another, large formations appeared in the air. Although these arrays couldn't harm the Son of God, it would be good if they could delay him. The second Bodhi's hands kept moving, and runes appeared one after another. They were opened by the second body, and all kinds of formations flashed in the runes and fell toward the divine sun. These inscription scrolls were all made by him. As for Lu Ming's main body, he retreated quickly and tried his best to adapt to the law tank. Kill! The Son of God let out a long howl. His sword light swept across, and countless formations collapsed. A sword light stabbed at Ming Lian's second body at a terrifying speed. Ming Lian waved his hand, and dozens of layers of defense appeared in front of him. However, these layers of defense were like paper under the sword light. They couldn't withstand a single blow and were instantly penetrated. The sword light pierced through the clone's chest, leaving a large hole that was bright from the front and back. Master! In the stands, Lu Xiangxiang cried out sorrowfully. Junior brother Lu Ming. Tian Chui, Xuaningxin, Longyuan Shan, and the others all clenched their fists tightly, their veins bulging. Everyone at the scene was staring at the battle. The battle had entered a critical moment. This battle was more exciting than anyone had expected. In the beginning, many people had thought that this would be a battle without any suspense. They thought that the divine sun would be able to kill Lu Ming easily. However, when the battle between the two of them truly began, it was beyond everyone's imagination. This battle was full of suspense. From the beginning, no one could have predicted the outcome. The two of them kept using their trump cards and carried out a peak battle. Even now, no one could guess who would win in the end. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, and they seemed to have forgotten to breathe. Some of the young men were so excited that they were trembling. A battle. This was a battle between geniuses. In a clash between geniuses, the difference between them was too great. Ming Lian's chest was pierced through and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were still calm. He took a step forward and dense runes filled the air again. The formation appeared. A golden mental energy fire burned between his brows, and the array Dao laws circulated around his body. Above his head, the Tai Chi array diagram gave off a brilliant light. Another Tai Chi formation appeared and turned into the yin-yang fish sword. The divine sun's attacks were relentless. Streaks of terrifying sword radiance slashed out. Each sword radiance could easily kill an initial bright saint. All the formations were swept away. Buzz! Buzz! The yin-yang fish sword was sent flying. It quickly dodged, but it was still hit by the sword light, and one of its arms flew out. However, Ming Lian's secondary body still stood firmly in front of Lu Ming's main body, resisting with all its might. "Ah, get lost!" the Son of God roared madly. There was a time limit to his secret skill's explosive power, and he couldn't afford to delay. However, the methods of refining the secondary body were endless. He retreated as he fought and blocked in front of Lu Ming's main body. He could not rush over for a while. Ming Lian's clone was hit by the sword light again. This time, it was even more serious. His waist was cut open, and he was almost cut in two. "Die!" the Divine Son hollered, planning to destroy Lu Ming's body completely before killing his main body. "You're the one who's going to die." At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the second body and threw a punch. Boom! This punch landed on the sword light around him, causing it to tremble. The Son of God's body trembled as he felt a storm-like power surging over, causing him to retreat. This figure was Lu Ming's main body. How is that possible? The body needs to adapt to it. How can you adapt so quickly? The Son of God cried out in disbelief. It had not even been a minute and Lu Ming had already adapted to it. Others are others. I am me. Son of God, you are the one who will die today. Lu Ming said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he kept Ming Lian's clone into the mountain and river diagram. Although Ming Lian's second body was severely injured, he would recover after a period of rest. Lu Ming had indeed gotten used to it. The laws of chaos coursed through every muscle and cell in Lu Ming's body. He felt that he was extremely powerful now. Initially, Lu Ming could not have gotten used to it so quickly. However, he had refined a wisp of chaos chi and there was chaos chi in his body. The law of chaos was very similar to the chaos chi. That was why Lu Ming could adapt to it so quickly. Freak, he's really a freak. He's different in every way. Someone sighed. So what if you've adapted? So what if he had stepped into the nomological tank? If you don't become a saint, you'll still be an ant. Kill! The Son of God roared and charged at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and destroyed his opponent's sword gleam. Then, two jet-black sword gleams shot out from his eyes and entered the Divine Son's glabella. Ah! The Son of God screamed as his body trembled. With Lu Ming's breakthrough to the third stage of the half-saint realm, the laws were in his body and his soul force had also improved. It was now equivalent to the soul force of a great bright saint, which was equivalent to that of a divine son. If he used the divine sword technique, it would naturally have a great impact on the divine son. The 9 seals of the gate of God. Lu Ming formed a series of hand seals, and 9 sealing gates appeared, surrounding his body in the middle. Then, a huge chaos sky-turning stamp appeared and pressed down on the divine son. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming had improved in all aspects and his combat strength had soared. Break! The Son of God endured the intense pain in his soul and let out a loud cry. He slashed out sword light after sword light, destroying the 9 sealing gates. However, the chaos sky-turning stamp had already come down, and the Son of God could only block it with his sword. Boom! The Son of God's body trembled violently as he retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Killing a saint in succession, the Divine Son fell back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming stepped forward and a huge cauldron appeared in his body. He grabbed one of the cauldron's legs and swung it like a hammer, smashing it at the Divine Son. Lu Ming's current strength was immense. His body contained the laws of chaos. Every move he made was as heavy as a mountain. When the cauldron came crashing down, the terrifying pressure from the strong wind made it difficult for the Divine Son to breathe. The Son of God could only wave his sword to block. Clang! The cauldron smashed into the Son of God's sword. The sword hummed and he retreated again. Boom! 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 Then, Lu Ming lifted the cauldron and smashed it down like a storm, not giving the divine son any chance to catch his breath. With one step behind, the Son of God was forced into a disadvantageous position and could only wave his sword to block. Violent rumbles rang out continuously as the Son of God was forced back. His body trembled and blood flowed out of his mouth. Kacha! After several consecutive blows, the cauldron in Lu Ming's hand cracked and was covered in sword wounds. The divine son's sword was a great saint weapon, after all, while the cauldron in Lu Ming's hand was a bright saint weapon. It was normal for the bright saint weapon to be overwhelmed by the continuous attacks. However, Lu Ming did not care at all. It was just a bright sacred weapon. He had many of them. Even the bright sacred weapons sealed in his acupoints could be replaced. Thump! The final strike shattered a large chunk of the cauldron, but the remnant was also sent flying backward. Primal Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Lu Ming waved his hands, and a huge Chaos Sky-Turning stamp formed, pressing down on the divine son. This was Lu Ming's full-power attack. The Son of God used all his strength to slash out with his sword. However, the sword light was crushed by the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal, and the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal smashed onto the Son of God's body. The Son of God's body was like a meteorite, crashing down heavily. Below them was the fighting ring. Boom! The Son of God crashed onto the fighting stage. He half knelt on the stage and spat out a large mouthful of blood. At that moment, the Godchild's aura was rapidly weakening. In an instant, the Godchild's aura had weakened many times and was only barely at the saint realm. The time limit of his secret skill was up. Obviously, his secret skill had a side effect. Once the time passed, his strength would be greatly weakened. Buzz! Lu Ming descended and landed on the fighting ring, looking at the divine son coldly. The Son of God's face was pale, and his clothes were stained with blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. He had lost. He had actually lost to Lu Ming. Son of God, 3 years ago, you were so high and mighty. You treated me like an ant and had the power to kill me. Did you ever think that today would be the day you die? Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, I hate myself for not killing you 3 years ago. The Son of God laughed like a madman. 3 years ago, you wanted to kill me, but my senior brother was there, so you couldn't. People like you can only show off when you have a higher state. Without the advantage of state, you're nothing. Now I'll send you on your way to accompany Luo Shuihan. With that, Lu Ming stepped forward. The cauldron disappeared and was replaced by a sword. Stop. Enough. From the stands of the Heavenly God sect, several angry roars sounded. Powerful auras burst out and pressed toward Lu Ming. What are you guys doing? If the younger one can't do it, then the older one has to make a move. The Purple Dragon Valley Master's body also burst out with a powerful aura as he stared at the direction of the Divine Sky sect. Beside the Purple Dragon Valley Master, the other Saint Realm experts of Dragon God Valley did the same. Divine Child, you can't die. The great sage of the Heavenly God sect said coldly as he looked at Lu Ming with an icy gaze. Can't die? What a joke. 3 years ago, I had a life-and-death battle with the Divine Child. If I didn't die, then he would. Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and charged at the Divine Son. The Son of God's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated in the direction of the grandstand of the Tianshan sect. If you still dare to attack, then I'll kill you. The great sage of the Tianshan sect said coldly. A spear of divine punishment appeared in his hand and he charged towards Lu Ming. How terrifying was a supreme saint! His strength was much stronger than a bright saint's. A casual move had earth-shattering power. Lu Ming immediately felt his hair stand on end and his muscles tensed up. At this moment, a dragon's roar was heard and a purple light burst out, clashing with the spear of divine punishment of the great sage of the heavenly god sect. Then, with a flash, the purple dragon valley master appeared in front of the supreme saint of the divine god sect and said, "You're really shameless. You've lost in a battle of life and death, and a great saint actually attacked. I'll be your opponent. Get lost." The great sage of the heaven god sect shouted as he thrust his long spear forward. It was as if he could pierce through the void. The purple dragon valley master's body burst out with purple light. He threw a punch and collided with the spear of god punishment. The sky was filled with purple and white. "Son of God, you can't escape." Lu Ming continued to charge at the divine sun. "You're looking for death. Kill him." A few sacred Ming elders of the Tianshan sect rushed towards Lu Ming. "Kill, die." Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword technique. The elders trembled and Lu Ming's combat sword slashed down. An expert in the upper tier of the bright saint realm was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. Even his saint heart was shattered. A perfected bright saint was killed by Lu Ming in one stroke. Everyone around was dumbfounded and speechless. This kind of combat strength was too terrifying. A non-saint killing a saint. Furthermore, the one he killed was a saint who had attained the upper tier of bright saint. The other saints of the Tianshan sect shivered, but they were greeted by Lu Ming's sword again. Bang! A saint in the early stages of the bright saint realm tried to block the attack with his saint weapon, but it ended up hitting him directly. He crashed into the battle stage with his saint weapon, causing the stage to crack. The saint was already dead. At this time, the Dragon God Valley saints had also arrived and blocked the Tianshan sect saints. Lu Ming, on the other hand, strode towards the Son of God. He closed in on the Son of God in an instant, and the Son of God's face turned even paler, without a trace of blood. "Lu Ming, you dare to kill the Divine Son? The Tianshan sect will not let you off." The great sage of the heavenly god sect shouted. The deity was a rare genius of the Tianshan sect. He had a great chance of breaking into the saint realm in the future. They had already lost Luo Shuihan, and the deity could not die. Previously, Luo Shuihan was here because they couldn't interfere in the treasure-fixing assembly. But now it was not the treasure-fixing assembly, so they must protect the Divine Son. "Then I will flatten the Tianshan sect." This was Lu Ming's response. It was domineering and he was closing in on the Divine Son in an instant. Kill. The Divine Son knew that he could not escape. A crazed look flashed in his eyes as he charged at Lu Ming with his combat sword in hand. However, his current abilities were only equivalent to an initial bright saint. He was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his sword and struck the Divine Son's combat sword. The combat sword trembled and the terrifying power made it difficult for the Divine Son to even hold his sword. The great saint weapon was sent flying. Lu Ming used his quintessential essence to suck the combat sword into his hand and kept it. "Lu Ming, if we're going to die, let's die together." The Divine Son roared, and the vital essence in his body erupted. He actually wanted to self-destruct and die with Lu Ming. Chapter 1699 Killing the Divine Son. 2 rays of black light shot out from Lu Ming's eyes and pierced into the Divine Son's body. The Divine Son's soul felt as if it was being torn apart, and the vital essence in his body could not help but stagnate. Lu Ming's combat sword pierced into the Divine Son's dantian, shattering his saint heart. The Divine Son's power of law turned into a pillar of light and shot into the sky. "No!" The great sage of the heavenly god sect roared. The Son of God's eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. With his talent, he would have been able to become the overlord of the Azure continent in the future if he had continued down this path. However, he had met Lu Ming. 3 years ago, Lu Ming was only at the 4th level of the martial royal realm. He, on the other hand, was already at the peak of the half-saint realm. He was an existence that was influenced by the laws. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. He was overbearing and fearless. At the Dragon Resting Lake, he had berated Lu Ming and the others. Later on, when Lu Ming and the others obtained the treasures of the Dragon Palace, he felt that he had lost face. He was overbearing and wanted to kill Lu Ming at the treasure settling meeting. At that time, Lu Ming had actually challenged him, but he did not care about it at all. If it was not for Yang Tianzong's attack, he would have killed Lu Ming directly. Even though he had agreed later on, he did not take Lu Ming to heart. How strong could a LV4 martial royal realm expert be in 3 years? He was an ant that he could kill with a single slap. But at the treasure auction, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his expectations and he had easily killed Luo Shuihan. However, he was not particularly concerned at that time. His cultivation had reached the upper tier of the Bright Saint realm and he had many trump cards. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only a half-saint and was no match for him. However, when the battle began, he realized that he was wrong. Wrong meant death. Son of God, you're stronger than Luo Shuihan. You won't cry and beg for mercy, so he'll give you a quick death. Lu Ming said coldly. He shook his combat sword and destructive power gushed in. The divine sun let out an indignant roar and was turned into ashes by Lu Ming's destructive power. The Son of God was dead. At this moment, the other people in the arena did not know what to feel in their hearts. They were extremely complicated. The Divine Child, a person who had been above all of the geniuses of the Azure continent for more than 10 years, had been killed by an even younger youth with an even weaker cultivation. The fall of the deity meant the birth of an even more terrifying genius. If he was not a saint, he would slaughter a saint. In the future, who in the Azure continent would be a match for Lu Ming? Could it be that after Emperor Tsang, another great emperor would be born in the Azure continent? How did this happen? Mo Yang muttered to himself in the Tian Yu demonic sect's grandstand. Lu Ming, you really didn't let me down. Xie Ninjuan murmured in the stands of the Tianshan sect. Her eyes were glowing. With the death of the deity, the Tianshan sect would be hers. No one could compete with her. Lu Ming, I want you to pay with your life. The great sage of the Tianshan sect roared. His eyes were filled with anger and he wished he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. However, the Purple Dragon Valley Master kept him busy, and he could not free himself. The people from the other sects looked on coldly. No one intervened. This was not the treasure sealing assembly. It was a personal grudge between Lu Ming and the Divine Sun. They had no reason to interfere. Moreover, in the past few years, the speed of the Tianshan sect's expansion had been too fast. Their strength was so strong that they had already become the number 1 in the Azure region. If the deity grew up in the future, he would also be a great enemy. It was good that he died. However, the powerhouses from the major sects looked at Lu Ming. When Lu Ming grew up in the future, who would be his match? The eyes of some of the experts from the sects, such as the Sky Demon sect and the Desire Poison sect, flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. Boom! Boom! The Purple Dragon Valley Master and the Supreme Saints of the Deity sect exchanged dozens of blows before they retreated. The Purple Dragon Valley Master retreated to Lu Ming's side to protect him. The eyes of the Great Sage of the Heavenly God sect flashed with unwillingness. He knew that he could not kill Lu Ming today. The Tianshan sect had suffered a complete defeat in the treasure auction this time. 2 of their strongest Heaven's Pride experts had died. The loss was too great. He didn't know how to explain it when he returned. Lu Ming, Dragon God Valley, the Tianshan sect will remember this debt. We will pay it back sooner or later. The great sage of the Heavenly Gods sect looked at Lu Ming with a strong killing intent. He did not hide it at all. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, "Disciples of the Heavenly Gods sect, let's go." After he finished speaking, he stepped into the air and left. All the elders and disciples of the Heavenly Gods sect followed him. Lu Ming, well done. The Purple Dragon Valley Master came to Lu Ming's side and said with a smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He looked in the direction where the deity sect had left. Lu Ming did the same, looking in that direction. Boom! In the sky not far away, a huge pitch-black hand that was even larger than a mountain suddenly appeared. It grabbed towards the people of the Tianshan sect with an extremely shocking aura. "Who's there? You're looking for death." The great sage of the Tianshan sect was furious. He formed a long spear in his hand and pierced it through the giant hand. However, just as the great sage of the Tianshan sect made his move, a few rays of sword light burst out from the Tsang Mountains. They were extremely terrifying and crossed hundreds of miles in the void in an instant, slashing towards the people of the Tianshan sect. Instantly, dozens of disciples of the Heavenly Gods sect were killed by the sword light. Boom! The spear of the Supreme Saint of the Tianshan sect pierced through the giant palm. However, a few figures flew out of the Tsang Mountains and rushed toward the people of the Tianshan sect like lightning. The one in the lead had a shocking aura. He was a supreme saint. The other people were also saint stage powerhouses. Before they even arrived, all kinds of terrifying attacks were already aimed at the people of the Heavenly Gods sect. "Just who are you people?" The supreme saint of the Heavenly Gods sect was furious. Holy light filled the air as he stood in front of the disciples of the Heavenly Gods sect. The other saints of the Heavenly Gods sect also stood in front of him to block the attacks. At the top of the Tsang Mountain, everyone was also confused. Who were the people who attacked the Tianshan sect? Could it be that some sect wanted to target the Tianshan sect? However, at this moment, a terrifying aura rose around the Grey Mountain. Rays of terrifying sword and saber light rose up and attacked the people of all the sections. The power was terrifying. Not good, enemy attack. Block it. Many people's faces changed. The supreme saints of the major sects all burst out and launched all kinds of terrible attacks to resist the sudden killing moves. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this time, many figures rushed out from all around the Tsang Mountain. Each figure was wrapped in a black robe, but the aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. Their holy might was vast and mighty, suppressing the sky. The number of people was shocking. There were at least 50 to 60 people, and all of them were experts of the Saint Realm. There were even more than 10 of them whose auras were as deep as the ocean and unfathomable. They were not any weaker than the Purple Dragon Valley Master and the Supreme Saints of the Tianshan sect. The Great Sage Realm. At least a dozen of these people who had suddenly appeared were great sages. Kill everyone, leave no one alive. One of the black-robed men said coldly. Kill. Dozens of saints rushed to the top of the mountain from all directions. Attack. At that moment, all the experts on the peak of the Grey Mountain erupted. The bright saints and supreme saints of the 12 top sects all attacked each other. A terrifying rumble resounded between heaven and earth. The Purple Dragon Valley Master was up against a black-robed man. The black-robed man was also a supreme saint, and his fighting strength was no weaker than the Purple Dragon Valley Master's. The two of them fought fiercely. The supreme saints of the other sects also had opponents, and they were fighting fiercely. All the sects are in danger. Kill. Some of the black-robed saints directly passed their opponents and attacked the disciples below the saint level, especially the younger generation. Instantly, many people from the various sects were killed, and their screams rose and fell. Chaos, complete chaos. There were too many black-robed people, and they were all saints. The supreme saints from the major sects were all blocked. Then, the other party's bright saints charged forward, breaking through the defenses of the saints from the major sects and killing the young geniuses. Die. A black-robed man broke through the defense of the Dragon God Valley saints and attacked the Dragon God Valley's sovereign. Retreat! Zifeng shouted loudly, blocking in front of everyone. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes glowed with a cold light. With a flash of wind and thunder, he rushed to the grandstand of Dragon God Valley. The Divine Sun's great saint weapon appeared in his hand. He slashed at the black-robed saint. The black-robed saint was only an initial bright saint, but he was killed by Lu Ming with one strike. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! At this time, more than a dozen people rushed out of the Tsang Mountain. They were also experts of the Saint Realm. They went to the major sects and a few of them went to the Dragon God Valley. There were too many powerful beings on the other side. Excluding the Supreme Saints, there were more than 60 saints, which had surpassed the saints of all the major sections. The other party had obviously planned this for a long time. While all the major sects had gathered at the top of the Tsang Mountain to participate in the treasure-fixing assembly, they had quietly hidden around the Tsang Mountain and then suddenly launched a thunderous attack. Get lost! The counterattacks of the saints from Dragon God Valley included Lu Ming's second senior brother, Long Yuanshan, and third senior brother, Yang Tianzong. Yang Tianzong's combat power was strong. He could fight two powerful black-robed saints alone. However, there were too many saints on the other side. One of them broke through the encirclement and attacked Lu Ming and the rest. Die! Lu Ming shouted and used the divine sword technique. However, the other party's body only trembled slightly. Two sword gleams shot out from his eyes and stabbed at Lu Ming. Godly sword technique. Lu Ming was greatly shocked. The other party was also using the godly sword technique. These people were from evil spirit. However, Lu Ming's current soul power was strong. In addition, he had a spiritual god defensive treasure. He blocked the opponent's attack. Lu Ming did not stop and slashed out with his combat sword. Clang! Lu Ming's combat sword slashed at the other party's combat saber. The other party was at the Enlightenment Saint level, but Lu Ming's current strength was so powerful that the other party's body shook violently and was sent flying like a cannonball. Die! Yang Tianzong seized the opportunity and his palm turned into a dragon claw. He grabbed out and killed the expert. Brothers, don't resist. Enter my mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming shouted. His glabella glowed, and the mountain and river diagram flew out. With a roll, Tian Shui, Xuaningxin, Xiangxiang, and the other Dragon God Valley disciples were all taken into the mountain and river diagram. There were too many saints on the other side. Anyone below the saint realm had no way of resisting. They would only be killed. It was better to put them all away. Seeing that the disciples of Dragon God Valley had been taken away, the sages of Dragon God Valley were excited. They didn't need to take care of the disciples of Dragon God Valley anymore. They fought with their full strength. The Dragon God Valley sect had almost no losses, but the other sects had suffered great losses. The black-robed experts seemed to have set their sights on the young people below the Saint Realm. Some of them rushed through the encirclement and attacked the young people. The major sects suffered heavy casualties. Well, block them, you guys, charge out. Someone shouted. Block it. The supreme saints and saints of the major sects used their full power to hold back the black-robed saints so that the young men could break out of the siege. Charge, charge, charge. All those below the Saint Realm rushed out of the Tsang Mountain. However, before they could rush out, attacks burst out from the Green Mountain and killed these young men. Suddenly, many people were killed. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh. From the Grey Mountain, more figures rushed out. There were so many of them that they were so densely packed that not even water could pass through the surroundings of the Grey Mountain. However, these people were not saints. They were all half-saints and high-level martial royal realm. These people were engaged in fierce battles with the disciples of the various sections. An evil-looking young man appeared in the sky. He was wearing a black robe and had a cold smile on his face. Behind him stood 4 middle-aged men. Their auras were wild and terrifying. They were far stronger than ordinary Saint Realm experts. The evil-looking young man's eyes swept across the room and finally landed on Lu Ming. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Whoever kills this person will be heavily rewarded. The evil-looking young man pointed at Lu Ming and his voice echoed throughout the entire area. Many black-robed saints immediately looked at Lu Ming. Kill. This kid is mine. All of a sudden, the black-robed saints pounced on Lu Ming. All of you, get lost. Yang Tianzong let out a long roar and his entire body was covered in dragon scales. It was as if he had transformed into a real dragon as he tried his best to resist. However, there were too many enemies. Although Yang Tianzong was strong and was already at the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, he could not resist too many enemies. There were still some people who rushed toward Lu Ming. Junior brother, be careful. Yang Tianzong reminded Long Yuan Mountain. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar. He held his combat sword and the laws of chaos filled the air as he stepped forward. At the same time, a bubble appeared on his shoulder. In this life-and-death battle, Bubble could no longer be bothered to hide in the pagoda. Hiding in the pagoda would ultimately affect her combat strength. Bubbles waved her claws and transparent bubbles appeared, enveloping the 3 black-robed men. The 3 black-robed men froze in their movements. Lu Ming stepped forward and swung his sword. 2 black-robed saints were killed. Only a peak bright saint broke the transparent bubble at the critical moment and blocked Lu Ming's attack. He was sent flying. Trash, if you go again, this person will definitely die. The evil-looking young man's voice was heard again in the sky. He seemed to be filled with killing intent toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at this person and his heart trembled. Although Lu Ming was unfamiliar with the young man's appearance, he could still remember the look in his eyes. Elder Mo Hun, you're Elder Mo Hun. Lu Ming roared. The evil-looking young man's expression changed and he sneered, Brat, your memory is not bad. I didn't expect that in just a few years, your cultivation would soar to this level. Damn it. The other party was actually Elder Mo Hun. Back then, not long after Lu Ming joined Dragon God Valley, he was arranged by Yin Feng to accept a mission. During the mission, Lu Ming met Elder Mo Hun of Evil Spirit. In the end, Elder Mo Hun was severely injured by the prison-suppressing steel and his physical body was destroyed, but his soul escaped. These evil-looking young men must be Elder Mo Hun's soul, and they must have been reborn. Evil Spirit. The other party is from Evil Spirit. Lu Ming roared loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. Many people were shocked. So it was Evil Spirit. No wonder they attacked all the sects at the same time. So what if I know? None of you will be able to leave today. Elder Mo Hun sneered. Chapter 1701 Traitor Elder Mo Hun said coldly as he stood in the sky. More experts charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubbles and fought a bloody battle. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, no one could kill him unless they were in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. All of you, attack and end the battle quickly. Elder Mo Hun ordered the 4 middle-aged men behind him. Yes. The 4 middle-aged men nodded, their expressions dull. Then, they stepped forward, exuding a terrifying aura. This was the aura of a supreme saint. Everyone's expression changed. The other side had 4 supreme saints, which was enough to overturn the battle. One of them stepped forward and charged at Lu Ming. Not good. Yang Tianzong, Longyuan Mountain and the rest's expressions changed. Lu Ming would not stand a chance against a great saint. Kill. The burly man with a wooden expression struck out with his palm, and a terrifying palm print blasted towards Lu Ming. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming's expression turn extremely grave. Lu Ming retreated rapidly, but the palm print followed him like a shadow. Chirping. With a wave of her claws, the space around them fluctuated as spacetime laws circulated. A powerful force was exerted on the wooden middle-aged man. However, the other party's cultivation was too strong. He was a supreme saint, and his every move could destroy mountains and rivers. Saint energy surged from the other party's body and broke through the spacetime law, continuing to charge at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's figure shattered like a mirror. He reappeared a few hundred meters away with a grave look in his eyes. The supreme saint was too powerful. He couldn't resist at all. Bang! The wooden-looking middle-aged man continued to step forward, seemingly staring at Lu Ming. His speed was shockingly fast as he neared Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as a true purple dragon pounced towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man struck out with his palm and collided with the purple vacuum. His body was forced back by the impact. With a flash of purple light, the Purple Dragon Valley Master appeared next to Lu Ming. At this time, the Purple Dragon Valley Master's body was covered with purple dragon scales, which were crystal and resplendent, as if they were made of purple jade. 2 dragon horns appeared on his forehead, which was the performance of the Purple Dragon combat body at its peak. The Purple Dragon Valley Master came to Lu Ming's side, and his opponent also rushed toward him. Let's gather together and charge out together. The Purple Dragon Valley Master roared and blocked the opponent's attack with a claw. Then, he rolled up his vital essence and continued to flash with Lu Ming, regrouping with Yang Tianzong, Longyuan Mountain, and the others. Right, let's gather. A supreme saint of the Life and Death Sword sect shouted. Gather. The supreme saints of the other sects all shouted. The saints and ordinary disciples of all the sects started to gather. The people of Dragon God Valley and the Life and Death Sword sect were the first to gather. After gathering together, they formed a circle and entered a defensive state, defending with all their strength. Following that, the other sects also slowly gathered together after paying a price. In the beginning, it was 1 or 2, then 2 or 3 sections. Slowly, all the sects started to move closer to each other. In the end, even the people of the Heavenly God sect, after paying a great price, also rushed over and joined the crowd. Lu Ming glanced around and realized that at least half of the people from the Heavenly God sect had been killed. Originally, there were several thousand people, but now there were less than 2,000. The losses were extremely heavy. However, Xian Yinjuan was clearly under heavy protection and was fine. The 13 sects gathered together and formed a circle. Evil spirits people surrounded the group and kept attacking. And NBSP, but with the 13 top sects working together, they were able to block the attack. There are too many people below the Saint Realm. It's hard to break out. Someone said. Those below the Saint Realm, enter my mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming shouted, and the mountain and river diagram floated out. It's an estate world treasure. Right, hurry up and get an estate world treasure. Don't resist. The great saint experts shouted. If everyone below the Saint Realm entered the mountain and river diagram, it would be much easier for them to break out of the siege. In the sky, Elder Mo Hun's face was gloomy as he shouted, "Do it!" Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Elder Mo Hun's voice fell, a terrifying saber light burst out. These saber gleams were not attacking Lu Ming and the rest from the outside. Instead, they exploded from the inside. The people of the intentionless saber sect made their move at this moment. They attacked the other sections. Intentionless saber sect, you guys. Traitor. The supreme saint of the heavenly gods sect let out a crazy roar because a supreme saint of the intentionless saber sect had pierced his dantian with a knife and shattered his saint heart. When a saint's heart was broken, his cultivation would be crippled. Never in his dreams would he have thought that the people of the intentionless saber sect would suddenly turn against him. Damn it. The others were also furious. The ones closest to the intentionless saber sect were the heaven god sect and the evil moon sect. These two sects had been attacked by the intentionless saber sect and had suffered heavy losses. The most shocking thing was that there was more than one supreme saint in the intentionless saber sect. There were actually quite a few of them who had suddenly risen in revolt. The 13 sects were instantly in chaos. It was obvious that this had been planned. Kill. The surrounding evil spirit cultivators took this opportunity to charge over. With the cooperation from both the inside and outside, the defense of the Azure Continent's major sects collapsed in an instant. The most miserable ones were the Heavenly God sect and the Evil Moon sect. The supreme saints leading the two sects were killed in a surprise attack. Defend! The Purple Dragon Valley Master shouted. The Dragon God Valley and the Life and Death Sword sect stood side by side and defended with all their might. Kill! Lu Ming cooperated with Bubbles and killed 2 sages in a row. His entire body was bathed in sacred blood. Intentionless Saber Sect, you've actually joined Evil Spirit. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of all the sects in the Azure Continent? Someone shouted. As long as I kill all of you today, who would know that the Intentionless Saber Sect is related to Evil Spirit? One of the great saints from the Intentionless Saber Sect sneered. Everyone's heart turned cold. That's right. If they all died today, who would know that the Intentionless Saber Sect had already joined Evil Spirit? The Intentionless Saber Sect could continue to mingle with the various sects of the Azure Continent. At the critical moment, they could deal a fatal blow to the various sects of the Azure Continent. You won't succeed. Someone roared. My evil spirit will rise again. It's unstoppable. In the sky, Elder Mo Hun sneered. Roar. At this moment, an earth-shaking roar was heard. It sounded like the roar of an ancient beast. Then, a huge golden claw, covered in golden hair, reached out from the distant sky and grabbed at Elder Mo Hun. Elder Mo Hun's expression changed and he shouted, "Absolute Saint! Lord, it's the Lord!" The experts of the Demon Castle roared in excitement. The others were also very excited. They had never expected that the Lord of Demon Castle would actually come here at this time. But at this moment, a terrifying sword light slashed down from the sky, slashing toward the golden claw. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the golden claw retracted, and the sword light collapsed. The Absolute Saint descends roar. In the distance, a roar sounded, and a golden lion as large as a mountain appeared in front of everyone. This was the Demon Castle's lord, a sun divine lion. High up in the sky, a black-robed man with a sword on his back appeared and confronted the Lord of Demon Castle from a distance. Everyone's hearts trembled. Evil Spirit actually had an Absolute Saint hidden here as well, and they had not made a move before. Demon Castle Lord, I didn't expect you to come here. Fortunately, I was prepared and brought the Absolute Saint just in case. Elder Mo Hun said coldly, but his expression was still ugly. The sudden arrival of the Demon Castle's Lord had already disrupted his plan. Oh, really? Then did you expect us to do that? At this time, a cold voice came from the distance. Then, a sword light crossed the endless void and appeared on the top of the Tsang Mountain. The sword light turned, and suddenly, 3 great saints from Evil Spirit were killed. Blood splattered on the spot, and the others were terrified and retreated frantically. It's the life and death sword. The sect leader is here. The people of the Life and Death Sword sect were ecstatic. Only then did everyone see clearly that the sword light just now was a black and white longsword that was filled with a terrifying sword power. In the distance, two figures appeared in the air. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a black and white robe. The black and white longsword flew into his hand. This man was the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. The other one was a gentle-looking old man. Master. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. The person who appeared with the Life and Death Sword sect leader was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, Lu Ming's master. Master, it's Master. Didn't Shizhuan have something to do? Why are you here? Longyuan Mountain's Yang Tianzong exclaimed in shock. Elder Mo Hun's face was extremely ugly. How did this happen? Why were there so many strong people in the Tsang Mountains? The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect, the Lord of the Demon Castle, how could such an overlord appear in the Tsang Mountains for no reason? Although the treasure sealing assembly was important, but in history, there had never been a sect master who came, right? After all, it was a competition between the younger generation. Even if the sect leader came, he would not be of much help. Attack! Annihilate the evil spirit cult! The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect said. He took a step forward, and the sword light shook the sky as he charged toward Elder Mo Hun. Kill! The Lord of Demon Castle charged towards the absolute saint from evil spirit cult. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, he took a step and appeared on the peak of the Tsang Mountain. Sword light bloomed in his hand and poured out. The two great saints of evil spirit were killed without any resistance in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Then, with a sweep of the sword light, more than a dozen bright saints were killed. He could not put up any resistance and could only be slaughtered. Lu Ming was once again shocked by the strength of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Could the Cloud Dragon Valley Master also be an absolute saint? Retreat, retreat! Evil Spirit's great saint roared, knowing that he had lost. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. The great saints from more than a dozen sects roared and launched a counterattack. They attacked each other, not allowing them to retreat. At the scene, the people from the Intentionless Saber sect had the ugliest expressions. They knew that they were done for and wanted to break out of the encirclement crazily. However, how could the powerhouses of the other sects let them break through? They were entangled with them. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master held a long sword in his hand. His expression was gentle, but with every step he took, an expert died. It was the same for great saints and bright saints. In the blink of an eye, the number of supreme saints who had died at the hands of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master reached 7. A wooden middle-aged man, who had reached the Supreme Saint realm, was cut in half by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. At this time, a scream came from the sky. Elder Mo Hun's head was cut off by the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. Although Elder Mo Hun's cultivation was profound, he had been severely injured 80,000 years ago. Later, his body was destroyed by Lu Ming's fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Although he was lucky to find a suitable person to possess, his cultivation was far from his peak. He was no match for the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect. After his physical body was cut, Elder Mo Hun's soul escaped. It was the image of an old man, exactly the same as the one Lu Ming had seen. Elder Mo Hun's soul tried to escape, but the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect slashed his sword and destroyed his soul. Ah, the evil spirit church avenged me. Elder Mo Hun let out an unwilling roar as his soul vanished into thin air. This expert from 80,000 years ago, an old monster who had struggled at death's door for 80,000 years, had finally lost his soul. Brother Yun, you're too slow. After killing Elder Mo Hun, the sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect stepped down. A terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand and turned into thousands of sword chi, attacking the evil spirit cultivators. One by one, evil spirits' people were harvested like wheat, falling in large numbers. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled and took a step forward. He appeared in front of a supreme saint and killed him with a single strike. With the addition of the Life and Death Sword sect and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. They couldn't even escape and were all killed soon. Only the intentionless Saber sect's people were left. Each and every one of them was pale as they were surrounded by the experts of the other sections. Roar! High up in the sky, the Lord of Demon Castle was still fighting with the powerhouses of evil spirit cult, and it was difficult to tell who was winning. "I'll go and help him." The sect leader's killing intent was cold. He turned into a beam of sword light and shot into the sky, leaving a terrifying sword mark in the sky. Arg! The evil spirit cultivator screamed as he was stabbed. He was almost cut in half by the sect leader. Kill! The sect leader of the Life and Death Sword sect had terrifying combat strength. Once he used the Life and Death Sword technique, he would live and you would die. His combat strength was obviously stronger than the Demon Castle's Lord and the evil spirit cult powerhouse. As the sword light flashed, the evil spirit expert's arm was cut off. Roar! The Lord of Monster Castle was as large as a mountain. His golden hair was shining and suffused with grand sun flames. The sun god lion was undoubtedly a terrifying divine beast. His roar shook the other party's soul. Bang! Then, he struck out with his claws and struck the other party, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Then, the sect leader's Life and Death Sword slashed down, directly cutting the other party in half. An absolute saint had fallen. At this point, all the people from Evil Spirit had been annihilated. Now that there was no emperor in the Azure continent, an absolute saint was the most powerful being at the peak. They were extremely powerful. Only the king of the saints was an absolute saint. They were much stronger than supreme saints. The appearance of an absolute saint could change the situation. If an absolute saint is so powerful, what about a martial supreme? The emperor of martial arts, looking down on the world, I really don't know how terrifying he is. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. You guys. Why are you here? A supreme saint of the intentionless Saber sect asked with an unwilling expression. Chapter 1703 Rising Wind and Surging Clouds. The experts of the intentionless Saber sect understood that not only were they finished, but the intentionless Saber sect was also finished. They sighed. Their luck was too bad. They just happened to meet the Master of Cloud Dragon Valley, the Lord of Demon Castle, and the Sect Master of Life and Death Sword sect. Do you think it's a coincidence that we're here? We've arrived long ago and are just waiting for your intentionless Saber sect to make a move. If you don't make a move, how are you going to suppress the intentionless Saber sect in the future? The sect leader of the Life-Death Sword sect said coldly. What? You guys arrived long ago? Could it be that you already knew that my intentionless Saber sect had already surrendered to evil spirit? The supreme saint of the intentionless Saber sect was in disbelief. Their actions were already very secretive. Of course, we've been investigating this matter all this time. Cloud Dragon Valley Master continued, 3 years ago, my disciple, Lu Ming, was on his way back to Dragon God Valley from the Tsang Mountains when he was assassinated by evil spirit. According to him, the intentionless Saber sect was among the ones who attacked. So, all these years, the Demon Castle's Castle Master, the Life and Death Sword sect's Sect Master, and I have been secretly investigating. As expected, we found some clues. However, you guys hid it very well, and we don't have any evidence. So, we can only wait for you guys to take action. Many people were shocked. So that was the case. 3 years ago, Lu Ming was actually assassinated by evil spirit. 3 years ago. I see. At that time, we did not expect Lu Ming to survive. We tried our best, but God did not bless us. The great sage of the intentionless saber sect heaved a long sigh. He did not expect that everything would be ruined in the hands of Lu Ming. If not for the fact that Lu Ming did not die 3 years ago and informed the Cloud Dragon Valley Master of the possibility of the intentionless saber sect colluding with evil spirit sect, today's incident would not have happened. Their plan would definitely have been carried out smoothly. Just kill them, there's no need to talk to them. The Demon Fort's Lord spoke, and his eyes revealed a ferocious look. His golden claws reached out and grabbed at the people from the intentionless saber sect. The people of the intentionless saber sect were unwilling to give up. They wanted to resist, but in the hands of an absolute saint, resistance was futile. In the end, they were killed one by one. Ming, are you guys alright? The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley stepped forward and came before Lu Ming, Longyuan Mountain, and Yang Tianzong. Master, if you don't make a move, we'll be finished. Yang Tianzong said with a bitter face. Are you blaming your master for being late? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master laughed as he scolded. Your disciple wouldn't dare. Yang Tianzong said. This time, it's of utmost importance to lure the people of the intentionless saber sect out. If we had acted earlier, the people of the intentionless saber sect would definitely not have made a move. Of course, if you guys were really in danger, how could I not have helped? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming, Longyuan Mountain and the rest nodded. Indeed, if the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and the others had made their move earlier, the people of the intentionless saber sect would definitely have bided their time. Ming, you've done well this time. It looks like you've gained a lot from the 100 Clan battlefield. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master looked at Lu Ming with a satisfied expression. To be honest, Lu Ming's performance had exceeded his expectations. He had seen Lu Ming's battle with the Divine Sun. I still have to thank Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Let's go back. Someone said. Lu Ming looked over and saw that it was someone from the Heavenly God sect. This time, the Tianshan sect had suffered a great loss. A great saint had been killed and more than half of the disciples had been killed. Most of the people who came to the treasure sealing assembly were the younger generation of disciples. They were the elites of the younger generation. Such a huge loss was a heavy blow to the Tianshan sect. One could imagine that in the future, there would be a gap in the experts of this generation in the Tianshan sect. It was very terrifying for a force to not have a successor with fresh blood. Let's go back. Then, one by one, the sects began to return. They had to report today's matter to their sects as soon as possible. Some of them expressed their gratitude to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Life and Death Sword Sect Master, and the Demon Castle Lord before leaving. At this moment, Lu Ming released Zifeng, Tian Shui, and the rest from the mountain and river diagram. When they learned of the situation, they were all extremely shocked. Alright, let's return to Dragon God Valley. The Valley Master waved his hand, and a sword flew out of his hand. It rapidly grew to 10,000 meters long and a few hundred meters wide. Thousands of Dragon God Valley disciples stepped on the sword and headed for Dragon God Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's speed was astonishing. Even with thousands of people, he was still very fast. In less than a day, they had returned to Dragon God Valley. A few days later, news of the battle at Tsang Mountain quickly spread throughout the entire Tsang region, shocking countless people. No one had expected that this time's treasure sealing assembly would be so exciting and soul-shaking. First of all, as a dark horse, Lu Ming had risen to power and killed Luo Shuihan, winning first place in the fixed treasure auction. After that, he fought the Divine Sun and had a great battle. Lu Ming had a breakthrough in the battle and killed the Divine Sun. From now on, Lu Ming was the #1 genius of the Azure continent. After that, there was even the incident of evil spirit religion besieging all the major sections. In the great battle, the intentionless saber sect even rebelled. All of these things were unbelievable and shocking. As for Lu Ming, his name had truly shaken the Azure region and was remembered by countless people. Another 10 days passed, and a piece of news was sent out, sweeping through all parts of the Azure continent. The 12 sects of the Azure state joined forces and sent out a huge army to attack the intentionless saber sect. They intended to encircle and annihilate the intentionless saber sect. However, by the time the experts of the 12 sects arrived, the intentionless saber sect had already been completely deserted. All the experts had already retreated, leaving behind only a few people with low cultivation. Where did the experts of the intentionless saber sect go? However, some people guessed that the intentionless saber sect was most likely still in the Tsang region. Furthermore, there was another guess that was even more shocking. Since the intentionless saber sect could side with evil spirit, would the other 12 top sects in the Azure region also side with evil spirit? Could the intentionless saber sect be hiding in this sect? Once this guess was made, the Azure continent was shaken. The 12 top sects were on guard against each other. Because, this guess was very likely. For a time, the various sects in the Azure continent were in an uproar. However, there was one thing that would not change. From now on, the Azure continent would no longer have 13 top sections. There would only be 12. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been in seclusion in Cloud Dragon Valley to stabilize his cultivation. He was also trying his best to recover his second body. A month after the Battle of Tsang Mountain, he had refined his second body and had completely recovered. As for his severed arm, it had long since grown back. In fact, the cultivation of the inscription clone had even improved. After all, Lu Ming's main body had already reached the level of the law tank. The main body and the clone were the same person and had the same experience. The clone was not far from the law tank. As for Bubbles, she seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough as well. She was sleeping soundly in the mountain and river diagram. One day, Lu Ming paid a visit to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. "Ming, you want the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel?" The Cloud Dragon Valley Master asked in surprise. "Yes, Master. My other bloodline is the prison-guarding steel. The fragments of the prison-guarding steel are very useful to me," Lu Ming said. Getting another prison-suppressing steel fragment. Lu Ming showed his prison-suppressing steel bloodline after he finished speaking. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was shocked to see the prison-suppressing steel bloodline floating above Lu Ming's head. It was his first time seeing Lu Ming's prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Moreover, Lu Ming had already collected a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. After a moment of silence, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said, "Ming, it's all thanks to you that we were able to get 2 ancient treasures this time. What's useful to the sect is the other treasure. The fragment of the prison-suppressing steel is just a supplementary treasure. It's not very useful. It's not a problem for me to get it for you." "Many thanks, Master." Lu Ming was overjoyed. "This is what you deserve, but there's a problem. 3 years later, when the treasure sealing assembly begins, it will be difficult to explain to the other sects," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. 3 years later, if the other sects get first place, it won't be too late for me to hand it over then," Lu Ming said. At most, Lu Ming would think of a way to let Dragon God Valley continue to be #1 in 3 years. In that case, there would be no need to hand over the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming was still not strong enough. If he had the strength to rule the Azure region, he would have left the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel behind. No one would dare to say no. "Alright, they'll come to find you in a few days," the Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. As expected, 2 days later, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master found Lu Ming and handed the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel to him. With Lu Ming's talent and performance at the treasure auction, he had gained the attention of the high-level officials of Dragon God Valley. The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley went to get the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel for Lu Ming without much effort. The only obstacle was the Valley Master of Silver Dragon. However, the Master of Silver Dragon Valley could not disobey the others. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and took out the fragment of the prison-guarding steel. Buzz! As soon as Lu Ming took out the fragment of the prison-guarding steel, it flew into the air and emitted a mysterious wave. There were gaps on both ends of this piece, and in the middle, there was the word prison. The fluctuations it emitted were exactly the same as the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had. It's indeed a fragment of the prison-guarding steel. It's a part of the middle. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could feel the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline on his spine stirring restlessly. With a thought, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged, emitting a brilliant light. Buzz! The broken piece of the prison-guarding steel seemed to resonate with the steel. It shook violently and then flew to the bloodline of the prison-guarding steel, leaning against the broken piece with the word steel on it. The two holes were exactly the same. When the two of them were leaning against each other, the light on the prison-suppressing steel became even brighter. It was extremely bright and gave off an ancient and heavy feeling. Lu Ming could vaguely sense that there was a terrifying suppressive force that seemed to be able to suppress the heavens. Prison-suppressing heaven art. At this moment, another piece of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. It was the information about the prison-suppressing heaven technique. This piece of information was similar to what Lu Ming had received previously, but it was more complete and exquisite. The power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art can only get stronger. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He carefully comprehended it. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming finally ended his cultivation and put away the prison-suppressing steel. Then, he left the mountain and river diagram and flew out of the Dragon God Valley to a wasteland. Boom! Lu Ming struck out with his palm. His palm seemed to have transformed into a prison-suppressing steel. It looked realistic and was blasted toward a barren mountain peak. The mountain was shattered into pieces. Then, with a single thought, a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel suddenly appeared around him. Then, the number of phantom of the prison-suppressing steel increased, and finally, there were 12 pieces, which pressed down on the ground. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently, and terrifying cracks appeared. The power of the prison-suppressing heavenly art has indeed become stronger, and even more mysterious. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with joy. The prison-suppressing heaven technique was originally very wondrous. As his cultivation level increased, its power would also increase. He seemed to be borrowing the bloodline power of the prison-suppressing steel. Now, the two fragments of the prison-suppressing steel had merged into one. There was no doubt that when Lu Ming used the prison-suppressing heaven technique, the power would skyrocket and surpass the primal chaos sky-turning seal. Yes, Lu Ming's current prison-suppressing heaven technique was more powerful than the chaos sky-turning seal. After all, the chaos sky-turning seal was only a domain martial art technique. However, Lu Ming had already comprehended the chaos laws. The power of his domain martial art technique could no longer keep up. Unless Lu Ming had comprehended a magical power technique based on the laws of chaos. However, one had to reach the martial saint realm and have the saint power, the combination of saint power, and laws to be able to successfully cultivate it. The chaos scripture contained supernormal abilities related to the chaos laws. However, it was extremely difficult to comprehend a divine power. Unless one was extremely talented, ordinary saints would find it difficult to comprehend. In fact, there were magical powers in the 13 top sects of the Azure region. However, Lu Ming had encountered so many saints, but none of them had successfully comprehended it. Otherwise, Lu Ming might not have been able to kill enemies who were of a higher realm. Lu Ming experimented a little more before returning to Cloud Dragon Valley to continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, a month had already passed since the treasure sealing assembly. On this day, Lu Ming left Dragon God Valley. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived in the territory of the Tianyu demon sect. He had not seen Xian Yinqing for a long time and missed him. Moreover, Xian Yinqing did not show up at the treasure sealing assembly. Lu Ming was inexplicably worried. Since he was free now, he decided to visit Xian Yinqing and give him some phoenix incense wood. In front of him, layers of demon mountains appeared. Stop! Lu Ming was blocked by two young men at the entrance of the Tianyu demon sect. Who are you? What business do you have with my Tianyu demon sect? One of the young men asked. I'm Lu Ming. I'm here to see your sect's holy maiden, Nianqing. Please inform her. Lu Ming said. What? You're Lu Ming. The two young men's expressions changed and they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Now, Lu Ming's reputation in the Azure continent was too well known. There was no one in the large sects who did not know him. That's right, Lu Ming of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming nodded. I'm afraid you've come at the wrong time to find our saintess. Our saintess is in closed-door cultivation and won't see any guests. A young man said. He's in closed-door cultivation? Please inform them that if the saintess knows that I'm here, she'll definitely meet me. Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, I've told you. The saintess is in seclusion and won't meet with outsiders. You should leave. The young man said again, his face turning cold. Lu Ming's brows furrowed even more. He had been sending voice transmissions to Xian Yinqing, but he could not get them out. Could it be that he was really in seclusion? However, even if he was in seclusion, as long as it was not too important, it was fine to inform him. The two of you, please inform your sect master that I would like to pay my respects to him. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming planned to pay a visit to the sect leader of the Sky Demon sect first before asking about Xian Yinqing. Nianqing's closed-door cultivation. 1 year later. Lu Ming, don't you know what's good for you? The sect master of the Sky Demon sect isn't someone you can meet just because you want to. Leave. A young man berated, his tone getting worse and worse. I've already asked to see you, but you've tried every possible way to stop me. I can only pay my respects to the Devil's Doctrine's sect master myself. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. He had already lost his patience. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward and his powerful aura pushed the two young men away. Lu Ming, you've got some nerve. How dare you make a move in the Tianyu demon sect? You're dead. The two young men shouted, but they quickly retreated. They did not dare to stop Lu Ming. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in the distance. A few young men walked over, and the one in the lead was actually Mo Yang. What's going on? Lu Ming, it's you, shut up. Mo Yang berated. He swept his gaze around and his expression changed when he saw Lu Ming. Senior brother Mo Yang, Lu Ming wants to see Saintess Nianqing. I told him that Saintess Nianqing is in seclusion and won't see anyone, so he wants to break in. A young man shouted. Lu Ming, how dare you? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have some strength. You're still far from being arrogant in my Tianyu demon sect. Mo Yang chided with a cold face. Oh, so you're going to fight me? Lu Ming stepped forward and said indifferently. You. Mo Yang's expression turned ugly as he retreated, his eyes flashing with fear. Fight with Lu Ming? What a joke. Lu Ming could probably kill him with one slap. How would he dare to? If you don't dare to make a move, then get lost. I want to pay my respects to the devil sect's sect master. Lu Ming berated and strode inside. Stop. At this moment, a voice was heard. A powerful force enveloped Lu Ming and stopped him in his tracks. Then, a demonic light flashed and a beautiful middle-aged woman appeared before Lu Ming. Master. When Mo Yang saw this, he hurriedly bowed and revealed a happy expression. This beautiful middle-aged woman was the master of Xian Yanqing, the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. Lu Ming greets the devil sect master. Lu Ming bowed, neither humble nor arrogant. Master, this Lu Ming is arrogant and despotic. He doesn't care about the Tianyu demonic sect at all. He wants to break into the Tianyu demonic sect. Master, please take him down and cripple his cultivation. Mo Yang said, his eyes shining with a cold light. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He was only here to meet someone and had no intention of humiliating the Tianyu demon sect. He did not believe that the sect master of the Tianyu demon sect, an overlord of a region, would attack him. If that happened, it would probably trigger a war between the Tianyu demonic sect and Dragon God Valley. Alright, I already know about this. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect nodded and had Mo Yang step aside. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "You came here to see Yanqing, right?" "That's right, sect master, please pass on the message." Lu Ming said. "I'm afraid you won't be able to see Yanqing for a while. She's in closed-door cultivation, trying to break through to the Saint Realm. She can't be disturbed." The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. "To break through to the Sage Realm? Sect master, may I ask how long it will take for you to come out of seclusion?" Lu Ming nodded. "A year at least, 3 to 5 years at most. It's hard to say. If you're doing this for Nianqing's good, please go back. When Nianqing comes out, I'll ask her to see you." The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. Lu Ming frowned. He did not know why he had a bad feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but think back to 3 years ago, when he came to the Tianyu demon sect and returned, he was chased by the Tianyu demon sect. On the surface, the pursuit seemed to be due to jealousy between young people. However, Lu Ming had a feeling that it was not that simple. However, the sect master's words were flawless, and he couldn't find a reason to refute them. If he insisted on meeting Xian Yanqing, he would be showing that he wasn't thinking of Xian Yanqing. Then this junior will take his leave. If Nianqing comes out of seclusion, please let me know. Lu Ming said. Of course. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Master, why don't you take this opportunity to cripple this kid? Do you want me to bring some experts and kill this kid halfway? If this kid rises up, it will be a great disaster for my Tianyu demon sect. Mo Yang said in a low voice. With Lu Ming's current achievements and talents, do you think the powerhouses of Dragon God Valley would be at ease letting him go out? The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. Master, are you saying that there are experts protecting Lu Ming in secret? Mo Yang's expression changed. No matter what. We can't beat the grass and alert the snake at this time. Go back. With that, the sect master of the Sky Demon sect disappeared. After leaving the Tianyu demonic sect, Lu Ming was frowning. He had a strange feeling about this matter, but he could not put his finger on it. I hope I'm overthinking it. Let's wait for Nianqing to come out. Lu Ming thought to himself as he headed towards Dragon God Valley. After returning to Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion to build up his foundation in preparation for his breakthrough to the Sage Realm. Time passed by, day after day. In the blink of an eye, a year had already passed since the treasure sealing assembly. This year, the various powers of the Azure continent were all very calm. The Azure continent had entered a rare period of peace. The powerhouses of the major forces seemed to have disappeared. Only a few young people below the 7th level martial royal realm would wander outside and play out their own legends. At the peak of a huge snow mountain in Dragon God Valley, a young girl in her teens, with bright eyes, white teeth, and jade-like skin, could be seen moving around on the peak of the mountain. The soft whip in her hand whistled out, changing unpredictably. One moment it was like a dragon, the next moment it was like a sword, the next moment it was like a spear. The most shocking thing was that the young girl's body emitted a wondrous aura that enveloped the peak of the snow mountain. In the vast expanse of whiteness, there was no vegetation at all on the snow mountain peak, but small grass and trees actually emerged. The plants were green and they were growing rapidly. Soon, the peak of the snow mountain was covered with green grass and flowers. They stood out in the wind and snow. Buzz! Then, the shadow of the whip stopped, and the young girl's movements stopped. She looked excitedly at the black-robed young man sitting beside her and said in a sweet voice, "Master, what do you think of Xiangxiang's cultivation? Not bad, your domain martial technique has already been cultivated to the 3rd level." The black-robed young man nodded with a smile on his face. However, there was still a trace of surprise in the depths of his eyes. The black-robed young man was Lu Ming. It was Lu Xiangxiang. More than a year ago, when Lu Ming had just returned from the 100-clan battlefield, she had just broken through to the spiritual god realm. Now, however, Lu Xiangxiang had officially stepped into the martial royal realm. More than 10 days ago, she had broken through to the 1st level of the martial royal realm. Lu Ming had taught Lu Xiangxiang a set of domain martial arts techniques. He did not expect her to cultivate to the 3rd level in just 10 days. Her comprehension was amazing. In a little more than a year, he had advanced from the 1st level spiritual god realm to the 1st level martial emperor realm. This speed could only be described as shocking. Of course, the further he advanced, the more difficult it would be to cultivate and the more time he would need. Lu Ming, for example, was still in the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. He had not broken through to the saint realm. Chapter 1706 Another storm. There was a gap between the half-saint realm and the saint realm. It was difficult to cross and required a strong accumulation. There were many people in the world who had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm and were affected by the laws. However, how many could break through to the saint realm? The lifespan of a saint was extremely long. The reason why there were so many saints in the 13 top sects of the Azure continent was because of the accumulation of time. Some people stayed in the half-saint realm for decades, centuries, or even millennia. For example, the Son of God had stayed in the half-saint realm for more than 10 years before he entered the saint realm. As for the other top 10 geniuses of the Azure continent, many of them had also stopped at the half-saint level for a long time. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the laws of chaos and it was harder for him to make a breakthrough than ordinary people. It was normal for him to not make a breakthrough in a year. Apart from Lu Ming, the inscription secondary body had also reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm and was already in the zone of the laws. As for Bubbles, she had reached the law tank stage not long after the treasure-fixing assembly. During this period of time, she had been cultivating in seclusion in an attempt to break through to the sage realm. Of course, Bubbles' hard work was just sleeping and refining the time and space spinel every day. Xiangxiang, you should go back first. Consolidate your realm and build a solid foundation. Don't be in a hurry to break through. Lu Ming urged. Yes, Master. The little girl nodded, then stepped into the air and left the place. Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged on the peak of the snow mountain, not moving at all. He let the wind and snow approach him, but he seemed to be detached from the world. His mind was wandering in the natural world, as if he had become one with the world. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. At this moment, a screech that resounded through the sky woke Lu Ming up. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky. In the sky, a huge goshawk was flying. No, it was not a real goshawk, but a building, a huge and magnificent building. Emperor Tsang's bedroom. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He could tell at a glance that this was the secret chamber of the hidden ground that he had seen in Emperor Tsang's secret realm. Back then, Emperor Tsang used his sacred treasure, the Thunder Cauldron, to fight with Shakyamuni annihilating soul. Emperor Tsang's bedroom broke through the void and left, flying into the endless void. Now, after a few years, it actually reappeared. Emperor Tsang's chamber flew towards the west of the Azure continent at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 7 to 8 figures flew out from Dragon God Valley. Each of them was extremely fast as they chased after Emperor Tsang's bedchamber. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The speed was too fast. Even if Lu Ming were to give chase, he would definitely not be able to catch up. Emperor Tsang's chamber has reappeared? Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil. Emperor Tsang's storage ring was still in his hands. It was a pity that there was Emperor Tsang's imprint on it and he was unable to open it now. I wonder how Emperor Tsang and Shakyamuni annihilating soul are doing. The appearance of Emperor Tsang's chamber will definitely shock the entire Azure continent. I believe that news will spread soon. Lu Ming pondered and ended his cultivation. He returned to Cloud Dragon Valley. As expected, after 10 days, a piece of news spread throughout the Azure continent. Emperor Tsang's chamber appeared. It flew from east to west and finally landed on a desert in the west. All the large sects in the Azure continent were alarmed and sent their top experts over. In the end, the various sects sent out their top experts to enter Emperor Tsang's bedroom. In the end, they actually found Emperor Tsang's corpse. This was a demon thearch's corpse, which was extremely precious. Every feather was a top-tier material that could be refined into a terrifying holy weapon. Its flesh, blood, bones were even more precious than many natural treasures. They could be refined into supreme medicines with endless mysteries. It could be said that a demon thearch's entire body was filled with treasures. In the end, the various large sects launched an intense fight over it, and a great battle broke out. In the end, the 12 top sects decided to split the demon thearch's corpse into 12 portions. Each sect would get 1 portion. The demon emperor of a generation, the peerless expert who suppressed the Azure continent, Emperor Tsang, was divided up by the various sects after his death. However, on Emperor Tsang's body, the various sects could not find the 2 most precious treasures. They were Emperor Tsang's world core and storage ring. Once a cultivator reached the martial emperor realm, he could transform his saint heart into a world, a real world. Legend had it that some peerless mighty figures could evolve their own worlds into the same as the outside world. They could reproduce living creatures on their own and were extremely mysterious. The worlds that emperor-level experts evolved were collectively called small worlds. The core of a small world was the world core. It was extremely precious and contained the martial sovereign's inheritance. But now, Emperor Tsang's realm core and storage ring were nowhere to be seen, leading to all sorts of speculations. Another half a month passed, and an even more shocking piece of news caused an uproar in the Azure region. The news said that Emperor Tsang's inheritance and storage ring had long been obtained by others. Back then, when the younger generation entered the Emperor Tsang's secret realm, someone had obtained Emperor Tsang's legacy and storage ring. That person was Lu Ming. Once this news was released, the world was shaken and Lu Ming was once again pushed into the eye of the storm. As for the fact that Lu Ming was the only one who entered the core of Emperor Tsang's bedroom, it was dug up again. Following that, there was news that Lu Ming was able to rise so quickly and his combat strength was so shocking because he had obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. This series of news made most people believe that Lu Ming had definitely obtained Emperor Tsang's legacy and storage ring. All the major sects in the Tsang region turned their attention to Dragon God Valley. Who wouldn't be moved by Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? Lu Ming, a person from a small island overseas, was able to defy the heavens and rise to power just because he had obtained Emperor Tsang's legacy and treasures. If he was not a saint, he could kill a saint. If he had reached such a level, what about others who had obtained it? In the Azure continent, a terrifying storm was brewing. A storm is coming. At the top of a snow mountain in Dragon God Valley, Lu Ming stood still, frowning. Who was it that revealed that he had obtained Emperor Tsang's storage ring? Could it be Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul? Dharma King Annihilating Soul didn't die. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Previously, when the experts entered Emperor Tsang's bedroom, they only found Emperor Tsang's corpse and not Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul's corpse. It was very likely that Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul was not dead. In the entire world, only Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul had seen Lu Ming obtain Emperor Tsang's storage ring. Perhaps it was Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul who had taken away Emperor Tsang's world core and spread the news. At this moment, a figure stepped through the air and landed beside Lu Ming. Master. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. This person was the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Ming, you should have heard the news from the outside world, right? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. I've heard of it. Lu Ming nodded. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master pondered for a moment before saying, Ming, did you obtain Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? He only obtained Emperor Tsang's storage ring and not the inheritance. Lu Ming did not hide anything and spoke frankly. Even if he wanted to hide it now, he couldn't. It's yours, no one can take it away. You've really obtained Emperor Tsang's treasure. Ming, you're really lucky. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes lit up as a smile appeared on his face. However, his expression soon turned serious. Ming, who else knows about this matter? Why was it leaked? There's only one person. That's Dharma King Annihilating Soul from Evil Spirit. Back then, he was fighting against Emperor Tsang. Lu Ming briefly recounted his encounter with Emperor Tsang and Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul. Shakyamuni Annihilating Soul and Evil Spirit are so ruthless. They're trying to start a civil war in the Azure continent. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master frowned. The other party had spread the news that Lu Ming had obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and storage ring. However, the truth was that Lu Ming did not obtain Emperor Tsang's inheritance at all. In this case, even if Lu Ming handed over Emperor Tsang's storage ring, it would be useless. If he did not hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance, it would definitely cause an internal conflict in the Azure continent. This was Evil Spirit's scheme. Ming, Emperor Tsang's storage ring is an opportunity for you. You should keep it well. Even if others want to take it, they can't. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed with a sharp light. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming, come out. A voice came from afar. It's that old man. Lu Ming frowned. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Ming knew that it was the Master of Silver Dragon Valley. This old man has come so quickly. I'd like to see what he's doing here. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. Then, his voice was transmitted out, let them in. The Cloud Dragon Valley's disciples let them in. Then, they saw the Valley Master of Silver Dragon leading a group of people, walking in the air with an overbearing aura. Yinzheng, why did you bring your men to my Cloud Dragon Valley in such an aggressive manner? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Of course, it's for Lu Ming. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley looked at Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming, you're really selfish. You've obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, but you didn't say a word and kept them for your own enjoyment. Don't forget who brought you from a desolate island back then. If it weren't for that desolate island, would you be where you are today? However, you obtained Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures and wanted to enjoy them all for yourself. Now, hand over Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures. You should share them. The master of the Valley of Silver Dragon looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze, filled with greed. The people who had come with the master of Silver Dragon Valley also looked excited. Hee, what a joke. The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley said coldly, I can tell you that Lu Ming did not obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures. Also, I can tell you that even if Lu Ming did obtain them, it was his own opportunity. No one can take it away. Yun Ruoxu, stop quibbling. Who would believe that Lu Ming did not obtain Emperor Tsong's legacy and treasures? Without Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures, how could he, a person from the desolate island, have his current achievements? Furthermore, he took out a few dozen saint weapons at the treasure sealing convention, and he still said that he didn't obtain Emperor Tsong's treasure? Yun Ruoxu, you want to keep it and share it with Lu Ming, don't you? Besides, he only obtained it because of the sect's power. Therefore, he must hand it over, said the master of Silver Dragon Valley. His eyes flickered with a cold light. Hee, if others have to hand over their opportunities, then why don't you hand over your opportunities, Yinzheng? Don't say that you didn't get any opportunities. If you didn't have any opportunities, how could you have cultivated to such a realm? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice was cold and indifferent. Any martial artist who had some achievements would more or less have some opportunities. For a top expert to be born, one's own talent, hard work, and willpower were indispensable. However, one couldn't lack opportunities either. How can the opportunities that I have obtained be compared to Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures? Today, Lu Ming must hand it over. The master of Silver Dragon Valley said arrogantly. Get lost. And NBSP the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped forward, his body erupting with a terrifying aura that pressed down on the Silver Dragon Valley Master. Yun Ruoxu, what are you doing? This is the Dragon God Valley. I came here with reason, and you still want to attack me. The Dragon God Valley does not belong to you alone. And NBSP, kill. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley shouted. However, what welcomed him was a terrifying sword radiance. And NBSP break. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley bellowed, his body suffused with dazzling silver light as he used all his strength to resist. But as the sword light flashed, the silver light on his body collapsed, and his face was covered in blood. One of his ears had been cut off by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. If you don't get lost, the next sword will cut off your head. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. Yun Ruoxu, you. Wait here, I'll report this to the Valley Master. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley was furious. His eyes were filled with fear. In the end, he didn't dare to stay and left dejectedly. A clown. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said indifferently. He then looked at Lu Ming. Ming, focus on your cultivation. Don't think too much. With Master here, no one can touch you. Lu Ming was touched. He bowed respectfully and said, Many thanks, Master, there's no need to thank me. I'm your master, so it's my duty to protect you. I'll take my leave first. Cloud Dragon Valley smiled and then stepped into the air, leaving the place. Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged on the peak of the snow mountain, cultivating quietly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Roar. On this day, a dragon's roar resounded in Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming woke up from his cultivation and looked in the direction of the entrance of Dragon God Valley. There, the shadow of a real dragon soared into the sky, and then a light curtain was formed. Enemy attack. A voice spread throughout the entire Dragon God Valley, breaking the silence. In the Dragon God Valley, countless figures rose into the air and gathered at the entrance of the valley. They're really fast. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Buzz! With a flash of light, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master appeared beside Lu Ming. It seems that a sect has come. Ming, let's go and take a look together. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and headed towards the entrance of Dragon God Valley with the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. When they arrived, countless disciples, deacons, and elders of Dragon God Valley looked at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Ming ignored everyone's gazes and looked ahead. At this time, a light curtain filled the entrance of Dragon God Valley. It was the protective array of Dragon God Valley. Outside Dragon God Valley, there were several huge warships. Then, figures flew out of the warships. There were at least tens of thousands of people. All of them had powerful auras and were experts. There were two main groups of people. One was dressed in white robes, while the other was dressed in black robes. The Heavenly God Sect, the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. At the forefront of the Tianyu Demon Sect was the Sect Master. The Sect Masters of the Tianshan Sect and the Tianyu Demon Sect are here. What a big formation. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly. On the side of the Tianshan Sect, a middle-aged man was bathed in holy light. Like a god, he was full of dignity and had a strong aura. He stepped forward, standing side by side with the Sect Master of the Tianyu Demon Sect, and arrived outside Dragon God Valley. The oppression of two sects in Dragon God Valley. An old man in a snow-white robe stepped out and said, "The two of you have gathered such a large force and came together, what is it?" The old man was the master of the Ice Dragon Valley, as well as the entire Dragon God Valley. Old Man Bing, stop playing dumb. I heard that Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures were obtained by Lu Ming of the Dragon God Valley. Ask him to hand them over. Such treasures can't be swallowed by him alone, nor can your Dragon God Valley sect. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect spoke. His voice was deep and filled with dignity. He is indeed here for Emperor Tsong's inheritance and the storage ring. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and looked at the Sect Master of the Sky Demon Sect. A fire of anger was slowly burning in his heart. The Divine Realm Sect was one thing, but the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and the Divine Realm Sect were the first to arrive. In the past, Lu Ming had been tolerant and restrained towards the Tianyu Demon Sect for Xian Yanqing's sake. However, the Tianyu Demonic Sect had been insatiable and had attacked him more than once. The Sect Master of the Tianyu Demon Sect was aware of his relationship with Xian Yanqing. However, he did not care and joined forces with the Deity Sect to oppress Lu Ming. This made Lu Ming's heart turn cold, and his killing intent even colder. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to restrain himself when he met the people of the Tianyu Demon Sect in the future. The two of you, where did you hear this from? How can the two of you believe in such a baseless rumor? You even brought so many experts from the two sects, how laughable. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master walked out and laughed. Whether it's a rumor or not, whether it's true or not, we'll know once we search Lu Ming's soul. The Sect Master of the Sky Demon Sect said indifferently. What a joke. You think I can search your soul just because you said so? Then come over here and let me search your soul. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said coldly as he glared at the Sky Demon Sect Master. You're being unreasonable. If you don't allow me to search your soul, that means you've obtained Emperor Tsong's inheritance and treasures. I advise you to hand them over. Your Dragon God Valley sect can't stop or protect them. The Sect Master of the Sky Demon Sect said coldly. That's right, Valley Master. I suggest that we hand Lu Ming over. Otherwise, the Dragon God Valley will be in danger. We can't implicate the entire Dragon God Valley because of Lu Ming. The Master of Silver Dragon Valley suggested to the Master of Ice Dragon Valley. Shut up. And NBSP, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, suddenly turned around and coldly looked at the Silver Dragon Valley Master. Valley Master, you see, and NBSP, Ice Dragon Valley Master. The Valley Master's expression changed as he continued to speak to the Valley Master. Alright, Lu Ming is a disciple of Dragon God Valley. Regardless of whether he has obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance or treasures, Dragon God Valley has the duty to protect him. You don't have to say anything more about this matter. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master spoke, causing Yin Zheng's expression to turn ugly. Emperor Tsang ruled the Azure Continent in the past. He was the Emperor of the Azure Continent. His inheritance and treasures shouldn't be shared by only one person and one sect. All the sects in the Azure Continent should share them. You'd better hand them over. The Heavenly God Sect Master continued. Huh, what a joke. Let's not talk about the fact that Lu Ming didn't get it. Even if he did, it's his own luck. According to what you said, all the resources of your Heavenly God Sect come from the Azure Continent. How can your Heavenly God Sect monopolize them? Take them all out and share them with everyone in the Azure Continent. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master sneered. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect said with a cold face, how can this matter be compared? If Lu Ming doesn't hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, your Dragon God Valley will be destroyed. Your name will be removed from the Tsang continent, and everyone will be buried with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the tens of thousands of experts from the Heavenly God Sect and the Heavenly Demon Sect all erupted with terrifying auras. The atmosphere in the heavens and earth was incomparably oppressive. With so many people unleashing their auras, it was simply too powerful. Also, even if you hide in Dragon God Valley, it's useless. The families of your disciples are all outside, scattered all over the Tsang region. I don't mind sending people to destroy them. The Sect Master of the Tianshan Sect continued. His words infuriated everyone in the Dragon God Valley, but they were also very worried. Despicable. As the sect leader, you're so despicable. You're just like the divine child. Lu Ming shouted. The Sect Master of the Tianshan Sect looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming had killed the Divine Son. How could he let Lu Ming go so easily? You're breaking the rules. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Even if two sects were to go to war, the family members and clans of a particular sect's disciple would usually not be implicated. This was an unspoken rule in the entire world of martial Dao. Otherwise, it would be a mess. The rules are set by the strong. The Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect said arrogantly. Good, very good. In that case, I will kill every disciple of the Heavenly God Sect I see in the future. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master revealed a rare killing intent. Yunruoxu, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The Sect Master of the Sky Demon Sect said coldly. Is that so? The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley said. Then, he took a step forward and appeared outside the Dragon God Valley's protective array. A long sword appeared in his hand. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's body. Then I'll see what abilities you have as a Sect Master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang out. Then, a terrifying sword light slashed towards the Sect Master of the Heavenly God Sect. Yunruoxu, you haven't fought for many years. I'd like to see what you're capable of. A spear of divine punishment appeared in the hands of the Sect Master of the Tianshan Sect. The long spear pierced through the air, reaching a length of 10,000 zhang. It was as if it could shatter the void. Boom! The sword light and the long spear clashed, and the sky and earth rumbled. A terrifying force caused the void to shake violently. The ground was hit by the force, and a terrifying gully appeared. Some of the energy flew toward Dragon God Valley, but was blocked by the sect protecting array. Retreat. The experts of the Tian Demon sect and the Tianshan sect retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Only the sect master of the Sky Demon sect remained still. The Cloud Dragon appears. The Cloud Dragon Valley master waved his long sword and a huge true dragon formed. It roared and pounced at the sect master of the deity sect. The sect master of the Tianshan sect burst forth with holy light, which actually condensed into a giant god. The god stepped in the void with a long spear in his hand, and stabbed toward the giant true dragon. The two of them collided again, and the whole world was about to be pierced through. Many people were watching in shock. Such a great battle was simply too shocking. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master is actually so powerful. It's too shocking. Is the Cloud Dragon Valley Master an absolute saint? My God, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master is an absolute saint. The disciples of the Dragon God Valley were all shocked by the news. The Cloud Dragon Valley had the least number of people among the 7 valleys of the Dragon God Valley. They had always been regarded as the weakest. The people of the other Dragon Valleys did not take the Cloud Dragon Valley seriously. They subconsciously thought that the cultivation of the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley would not be much stronger. Apart from the Valley Master of Ice Dragon, the other Valley Masters of the 7 Dragon God Valleys were all supreme saints. Previously, most of the disciples of Dragon God Valley had thought that the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley should also be a supreme saint. He had never expected the Cloud Dragon Valley Master to be an absolute saint. 3 appearances of Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his sword. This time, 3 void-raging roars shot out. Cloud Dragon Valley Master's strength. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his sword and 3 true dragons appeared. Each of them was extremely terrifying as they charged towards the Sky God sect master. The sect master of the Sky God sect had a solemn expression on his face. He circulated his nomological laws and fought with the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Dragon roars reverberated in the air as the spears pierced through the air. The battle was becoming more and more intense. What was shocking was that after more than 10 moves, the sect master of the Tianshan sect was actually at a disadvantage. Everyone was dumbfounded. You also come in. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang out from the endless sword radiance. A true dragon roared and pounced towards the Sky Demon sect master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master actually wanted to fight 1 against 2, fighting both the Sky Demon sect master and the Sky God sect master. As you wish. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said coldly. Demonic light shot into the sky, covering half of the world. She waved her hands, and countless black demonic lotuses appeared, charging towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. 9 appearances of Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's voice rang out again as 9 true dragons condensed. Each of these true dragons was formed by countless sword lights. They were extremely terrifying and each of them had earth-shattering power. The 3 experts fought madly, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Countless people gasped. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was too powerful. He fought 2 sect masters alone and it was difficult to determine the winner. How many people in the Azure continent had such combat strength? Among everyone, Yin Zheng's expression was the ugliest. He clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had reached such a realm. It seemed that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had not used much power when he had fought with him in the past. Otherwise, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master would have been able to kill him with a single sword. Damn it, this guy has been low-key for so many years, and his strength has actually reached such a terrifying realm. Yin Zheng roared in his heart. The experts of the Tianyu demonic sect and the Tianshan sect were also shocked. Lu Ming was also very surprised. Although he had guessed that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was an absolute saint, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's strength still exceeded his imagination. The battle continued. The three of them fought until they were high up in the sky. Only endless light could be seen, but the three of them could not be seen at all. After fighting for a while, there was a terrible explosion. The light dissipated and the figures of three people appeared. The sect masters of the Tianshan sect and the Tianyu demon sect stood side by side, their faces extremely gloomy. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master held a long sword in his hand as his fighting spirit sword. At this moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was no longer a gentle old man. Instead, he was an expert who ruled the world. His sword glowed with a cold light that traveled 90,000 miles. You can't stop me from killing whoever I want to kill. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said, full of confidence. The expression of the sect master of the Heavenly God sect was the ugliest. If he gave the order to deal with the family members of the Dragon God Valley disciples, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master could kill the other disciples of the Tianshan sect. They could not stop him. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was too powerful. Boom! 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 At this moment, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. A huge warship flew over at high speed and stopped not far away. Then, a large number of figures flew out from the warship. Each of them was dressed in green robes and emanated a poisonous aura. The sect masters of the Sky Demon sect and the God of Heaven sect were overjoyed. The experts of the Yu-Du sect had arrived. The one leading the Desire Poison sect was an old man, the sect master of the Desire Poison sect. It's really lively today. The sect master of the Desire Poison sect stepped forward and stood together with the sect masters of the Tianshan sect and the Sky Demon sect. Their auras were overbearing. You guys are really going too far, absolute saint. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley stepped forward and appeared beside the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley. A terrifying aura burst out. He was also an absolute saint. The five absolute saints faced each other in the sky, and their auras were extremely oppressive. Everyone was watching nervously. The sect masters of the three great sects seemed to be discussing through voice transmission. After a while, the sect master of the God of Heaven sect said, "You can protect Lu Ming for now, but you can't protect him forever. Disciples of the deity sect, listen up. Retreat 100 miles, set up camp, and besiege Dragon God Valley. Once Lu Ming comes out, or the other disciples of Dragon God Valley come out, take him down." Yes. The experts of the Heavenly God sect received the order. Disciples of the Tianyu demon sect, listen up. Retreat 100 miles and set up a camp. Desire Poison sect's disciples, hear my order. The sect masters of the Tianyu demon sect and the Yu-Du sect gave orders one after another. They ordered the experts of the two sects to retreat 100 miles and surround Dragon God Valley. The powerhouses of the three major sects retreated slowly. Then, the sect masters of the three major sects cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and retreated as well. The Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley looked at each other with worry in their eyes. Disciples of Dragon God Valley, listen up. Send experts to station around Dragon God Valley in case of enemy sneak attacks. And NBSP, kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master ordered. Ming, you should go back. You don't have to think too much about this matter. They can't do anything to you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master appeared beside Lu Ming and said gently. Yes, Master. Lu Ming nodded and walked towards the Sky Cloud Valley. However, he clenched his fists tightly and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This trap was difficult to break. Even if he were to hand over Emperor Tsang's storage ring, the Tianshan sect and the other sects would not let the matter rest. That was because it was rumored that he had also obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance. But in fact, he didn't get it at all, so he definitely couldn't hand it over. This news must have been spread by Evil Spirit. Evil Spirit knew that Lu Ming did not receive the inheritance and would not hand it over. Therefore, the various sects in the Azure continent would definitely clash. No one would believe Lu Ming even if he explained. Strength. I'm still too weak. I must enter the Sage Realm as soon as possible. Lu Ming's gaze was firm. However, entering the Sage Realm was a huge hurdle. Without enough accumulation, it was too difficult to cross in a short time. After returning to the Sky Cloud Valley, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. I have to give it a shot. Lu Ming muttered. He had thought of a way to enter the Sage Realm in a short time. That was to merge the main body and the secondary body into one and merge them back into one. The twin forbidden spell mentioned that the main body and the secondary body could be fused again, but once fused, it would be impossible to cultivate the secondary body in the future. This was a great loss. With a secondary body, he could do a lot of things. Moreover, a secondary body was like having an extra life. If the main body was killed, he could still survive with the secondary body. But now, if he wanted to enter the Saint Realm in a short time, he had to merge the main body and the second body. With the accumulation of the main body and the second body, the two combined was enough to reach the Saint Realm. In the current situation, it would be difficult to even protect himself if he did not have the cultivation of a saint. If he reached the Saint Realm, his combat strength would increase even more. Let's do this. Lu Ming made up his mind and entered the mountain and river diagram. He came to the foot of the path understanding ancient tree and sat cross-legged under it. The two of them looked at each other and then sat opposite each other. They cast the forbidden spell of twin and began to merge. Fusion of the main body and the secondary body. Lu Ming's main body and secondary body cast the twin forbidden spell at the same time. Their bodies glowed as if they were resonating with each other. Slowly, the main body and secondary body gradually leaned against each other and fused together. It was as if two figures were overlapping. Of course, this process was very slow and couldn't be achieved overnight. It required time. This was because it was not only the body that was fused, but also the soul, cultivation, and so on. It was very complicated. Time passed day by day. Outside the Dragon God Valley, the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu Demon sect, and the Yudu sect were stationed there. They surrounded the Dragon God Valley and did not allow the disciples to enter or leave. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The three major sects were still stationed outside Dragon God Valley and had no intention of leaving. At this time, the atmosphere in Dragon God Valley was getting more and more depressing. With the three major sects sealing off the exit, would the people of Dragon God Valley be trapped like this for the rest of their lives? At this moment, there was a voice in the Dragon God Valley, calling for Lu Ming to be handed over. Lu Ming is selfish. He obtained Emperor Tsang's legacy and treasures and kept them for himself to improve his cultivation and combat strength. In the end, he wants others to pay for him. There are so many people in Dragon God Valley. How can they be implicated by Lu Ming? He's benefited, but others have to die with him. He's hiding and not showing himself, but he has implicated the entire Dragon God Valley. Hand over Lu Ming, and Dragon God Valley will return to its normal state. Such voices became more and more intense. Many people slowly shifted their anger to Lu Ming. They felt that Lu Ming was selfish and that he had benefited from it. In the end, when something happened, he had to hide and let others pay for it. On what basis? Lu Ming, let's see how long you can hide for. The master of Silver Dragon Valley, Yinzheng, revealed a cold smile. This sound was naturally secretly spread by Yinzheng's people. Slowly, the other disciples of the Dragon God Valley were incited. They surrounded the Cloud Dragon Valley and demanded that Lu Ming be handed over. Get lost. At the entrance of Cloud Dragon Valley, Ong Tianzong's aura was violent and powerful, causing everyone's face to change. Tian Chui, Xuaningxin and the others were standing on the edge of Yang Tianzong, blocking the entrance to Cloud Dragon Valley. What are you guys doing? Was he bullying the other brothers of the Dragon Valley with his cultivation? The Cloud Dragon Valley's sect master is strong, but he can't be so lawless, can he? That's right. Cloud Dragon Valley Master, are you going to rely on your cultivation to protect your own disciple and ignore the lives of the other disciples of Dragon God Valley? If you have the ability, kill all the other disciples of the Dragon Valley. A series of cold voices rang out from the crowd. If you have the ability, come out and speak. Yang Tianzong's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the crowd. Those who were caught by his gaze felt a chill down their spine. Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's cultivation is strong, there are so many of us. We don't have to be afraid of you. The voice rang out again from the crowd. Sowing dissension, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Yang Tianzong hollered and his figure suddenly flashed. He looked down from above and pounced into the crowd. Then, with two miserable shrieks, two figures flew out of the crowd and heavily fell to the ground. They were two young men in silver robes. One of them was Yin Zisong. It's indeed your Silver Dragon Valley who is trying to sow discord. You have unfathomable motives. You deserve to die. Tian Chui shouted. What are you guys doing? Was the Cloud Dragon Valley rebelling? First, you covered up for Lu Ming. Now, you can't even tell anyone else. If you do, you'll be killed. Don't tell me that Dragon God Valley has become Cloud Dragon Valleys. Silver Pine shouted. You still dare to provoke me? I'll cripple you. Yang Tianzong's eyes were cold as he walked towards the Silver Pine. Stop. The master of Silver Dragon Valley, Yin Zheng, came over with a loud roar. He said coldly, Cloud Dragon Valley, don't go too far. They just said something fair. What bullshit justice? In my opinion, it's you, old dog, who's trying to kill my junior brother Lu Ming. Tian Chui cursed. Audacious. Impudent. Yin Zheng shouted. Don't take advantage of your seniority. If you have the ability, then be arrogant in front of my master. I've already sent a message to my master. He'll be here soon. Yang Tianzong said. Yin Zheng's expression changed drastically, his eyes flashing with fear. It seems that your Cloud Dragon Valley is using force to oppress others. You don't care about the other Dragon Valley's people at all. I guess that in your heart, all the other Dragon Valley's people added together are not as important as one person from your Cloud Dragon Valley, right? In this case, I have nothing to say. You can kill my people of Silver Dragon Valley if you want. After Yin Zheng finished speaking, he waved his sleeves and left. The other disciples of the Dragon Valley looked terrible. This old man is extremely sinister. He must be killed. Xuaningxin said through gritted teeth. Yin Zheng's words were clearly to sow discord between the other Dragon Valley and the Cloud Dragon Valley. He wanted to use the other Dragon Valley's people to force the Cloud Dragon Valley to hand over Lu Ming. Under such circumstances, they naturally couldn't kill Yin Zisong and the others. Otherwise, Dragon God Valley would really have an internal conflict. Get lost. Yang Tianzong threw the two of them out. The conflict in Dragon God Valley was getting more and more intense. Lu Ming was still in seclusion in the mountain and river diagram. After 3 months, Lu Ming's main body and secondary body had completely fused together and became one. Boom! At this moment, a deafening boom came from Lu Ming's body. His soul had also fused into one at this moment. The fusion of the two souls caused Lu Ming's soul force to skyrocket. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it had increased by several times. Saint Heart, condense. When Lu Ming's soul fused into one, he felt that it was time to break through to the Saint realm. He growled and the laws circulated. He began to use the power of the laws to temper his vital essence and condense his Saint Heart. However, the strange thing was that there were two types of laws circulating on Lu Ming's body. The chaos laws and the array Dao laws circulated without interfering with each other. One tempered true essence while the other tempered mental energy fire. In Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, the brilliant mental energy fire condensed into a ball and surged toward Lu Ming's dantian. In the end, the mental energy fire entered Lu Ming's dantian and floated near the spiritual god. Then, it began to roll, and under the effect of the array Dao law, it began to transform into a Saint Heart. At the same time, the spiritual god also began to change. Within the spiritual god, there was a shadow that was slowly leaving the spiritual god. It could be seen that the shadow looked exactly like the spiritual god and Lu Ming. This was Lu Ming's soul. Before the Saint realm, a person's soul had no physical form. Or rather, it didn't have a soul at all. It only had spiritual will. However, after a martialist broke through to the spiritual god realm, their spiritual will would be completely integrated into the spiritual god, and they would begin to nurture their soul. Actually, the spirit god's greatest use was to nurture the soul. In this aspect, it was very similar to Mind Fire. Mind Fire also had the effect of nurturing the soul. The spiritual god realm and the martial emperor realm were both nurturing the soul. When one broke through to the Saint realm, the soul would be completely formed. Then, it could leave the spiritual god realm and enter one's sea of consciousness. In the future, as one's cultivation improved, the soul would slowly become stronger. Breaking through to the sage realm as one's cultivation increased, one's soul would become stronger and stronger. It was said that when one reached a certain realm, even if one's body was destroyed, one's soul would still exist in this world. One could even use the heaven and earth energy to form a new body at any time. At this point, he had truly reached the realm of immortality. As long as the soul was not destroyed, one would not die. However, Lu Ming still had a long way to go before he could reach this realm. Because he had just broken through to the sage realm, his soul had just taken shape. It couldn't even leave his body, as it would be torn apart by the energy of heaven and earth. The soul and the spirit god were completely different. The spirit god was actually condensed from essential core, but the soul was not. It was nurtured by Lu Ming's spiritual will. It was extremely mysterious and related to the secret of immortality. Slowly, the soul left the spiritual god and turned into a ray of light, rushing into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. He sat cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. After the soul was separated from the spirit god began to transform into a Saint Heart under the effect of the law of chaos. The Saint Heart used the laws as the core and the Saint Power as the foundation. In the future, as the laws grew stronger, the Saint Heart could evolve into a small world. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. 2 Saint Hearts appeared in Lu Ming's dantian. One of them was filled with chaotic qi, as if it was nurturing a universe. As for the other one, it was covered with strange runes, causing one to feel as if they were about to sink into it, unable to extricate themselves. I actually have 2 Saint Hearts. Lu Ming himself was also dumbfounded. As far as he knew, other people only had 1 Saint Heart, no matter if they cultivated the inscription Dao or martial arts. This was because one person could only comprehend one law at the half-saint stage. In fact, at the martial saint stage, one person could only comprehend one law at most. One could only comprehend many laws when they reached the martial supreme realm. As for the Saint Heart, it was condensed on the basis of laws. As Lu Ming had cultivated the twin forbidden spell, his main body and secondary body had each comprehended a law. Therefore, after the fusion, he had cultivated two sacred hearts. The two saint hearts were like twins, spinning around each other. Then in the future, won't I be able to cultivate two small worlds? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. And NBSP hoo. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a strong wind blowing around him. Endless smoke suddenly appeared in the surroundings, shrouding Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if he had entered a strange land. The environment between heaven and earth had changed. This is the Saint Realm inner demon tribulation. Lu Ming's expression changed. Of course, there was a great trial to break through to the Saint Realm. However, the Saint Realm great trial was different from the past. It was not a lightning trial, but an inner demon trial. The demon heart tribulation was even more terrifying than the lightning tribulation. Everyone had their own inner demons. If they couldn't overcome their inner demon tribulation, then they would disappear under it. Since ancient times, countless geniuses had failed at the last step and died under the inner demon tribulation. However, Lu Ming had experienced 9 lives in the tomb of the reincarnation emperor in the 100-clan battlefield. His mind was so firm and condensed that the inner demon tribulation could not touch him at all. In just half a day, Lu Ming had successfully transcended his inner demon tribulation. When Lu Ming overcame the inner demon tribulation, a strange force between heaven and earth surged into Lu Ming's body. One had to know that this was the mountain and river diagram, but this force directly passed through it. At that moment, the mental energy and essential core in Lu Ming's body began to undergo a qualitative change and began to transform into saint energy. And NBSP hoo. Then, the endless origin chi in the mountain and river diagram gathered towards Lu Ming's body. Raw gemstones. I need a large number of raw gemstones. With a single thought from Lu Ming, large piles of raw gemstones appeared and exploded one after another, turning into extremely dense original chi that surged into Lu Ming's body, constantly refining into wisps of saint power. There was more and more saint energy in Lu Ming's body. Not long after, the original mental energy in essential core had been completely transformed into saint energy. However, the absorption of the original chi did not stop. There was still more original chi being absorbed and transformed into saint energy. Lu Ming had 2 saint hearts. The saint power produced by 2 saint hearts was too powerful. At the same time, it required more raw gemstones. Lu Ming had already devoured countless raw gemstones. There were at least several billion pieces of medium-grade raw gemstones. At this moment, the saint energy in Lu Ming's body had finally reached its saturation point. The sage state. Lu Ming had finally entered the sage state and became a sage. Although he was only at the initial stages of the sage enlightenment realm, he was on a completely different level from before. Is this the saint energy? It's so powerful. Lu Ming carefully sensed the holy power that was jumping around in his body. He felt that it was filled with endless power and was many times stronger than before. Saint energy was much stronger than Zhen Yuan. For the same amount of energy, saint energy was at least 10 times stronger than Zhen Yuan. This was a qualitative change. No wonder the saint realm was so powerful. It was almost impossible to cross realms and kill saints without being a saint. Unless one was like Lu Ming, who had extremely powerful laws and spirit bodies, one could not do it. Otherwise, once the saint power was used, it would be as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and the true essence could not resist it at all. Also, my soul power, what level has it reached? Lu Ming carefully sensed the soul in his sea of consciousness. He could feel that his soul force had increased by dozens of times. He had a feeling that if he were to use the divine sword technique now, he could easily tear apart the soul of a perfected or even a pinnacle bright saint. This time, Lu Ming's combat strength had undergone a huge change and he had achieved a qualitative breakthrough. If Lu Ming had broken through normally, he would not have had such a great improvement. The main reason was that the fusion of the main body and the second body not only increased his soul force but also cultivated 2 saint hearts. Therefore, Lu Ming could not estimate it. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Now that I've broken through to the Saint Realm, I should be able to enter the Primal Chaos Palace. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. Back when he had obtained the Chaos Scripture from the Primal Chaos Hall, Earth One had told him that if he wanted their help, he had to at least break through the Saint Realm and become a saint. Now, Lu Ming had already broken through to the Saint Realm. Although Earth One and Gold One were puppets, their strength was absolutely unfathomable and difficult to measure. If he could get the help of Earth One and the others, it would not be difficult to solve the siege of Dragon God Valley. With a thought, the Chaos Token appeared in his hand. Then, he poured his saint power into it. Buzz! The Chaos Token buzzed and emitted a brilliant light. Then, a beam of light formed and enveloped Lu Ming. He felt that he was being carried by an irresistible force. It was as if he was traveling through the void, heading in a certain direction. After an unknown period of time, the space trembled. Lu Ming realized that he had arrived in a grand hall. Primal Chaos Hall. He had finally returned to this place. The space in front of him rippled, and a few figures appeared. They were Earth One and Gold One. Young Master. Earth One, Gold One, and the rest saluted Lu Ming when they saw him. Seniors, long time no see. Lu Ming returned the greeting. The young master has finally broken through to the Sage Realm. Earth One's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming, as if he could see through him. The body of Chaos Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Back then, when he was a spirit god, he only felt that 2E and the others were unfathomable and difficult to fathom. Now that he saw it, he still felt the same. However, Lu Ming was even more delighted. The stronger Earth One and the rest were, the more help they would be to him. Seniors, now that Lu Ming has broken through to the sage state, can you all go out and help him? Lu Ming said. Earth One, Gold One, and the others looked at each other. Earth One then shook his head and said, Young Master, it was possible in the past, but I'm afraid not now. No, why not? Lu Ming's expression changed. Because you're not the only young master of chaos now. Earth One sighed. Not just me. What do you mean? Lu Ming was puzzled. Could it be that after Lu Ming, there was another person who met the requirements and passed the test? However, the Chaos Scripture had already been passed on to Lu Ming. Even if someone came later, they should not be able to get the Chaos Scripture, right? How did he become the young master of the Primal Chaos Hall? Young master, another person came after you, but he didn't come because he cultivated 5 different wills or domains. It's because of his body. His body is the chaotic body. Gold One explained. Chaotic body. Lu Ming was shocked. The chaotic body was only a constitution of legend. Could it be that there really was such a constitution in the world? It's truly unbelievable. The chaotic body is something that only appears once in countless years. In truth, the chaotic Thearch had the chaotic body, so the chaotic body is the most suitable for inheriting the Thearch's legacy. However, the young master has already obtained the Chaos Scripture. When the chaotic body arrived, he did not obtain the Chaos Scripture, however, the other party has the chaotic body. It's hard to find one in countless years. He's too compatible with the venerable sovereign back then. Since he's here, we've all discussed and decided to let him become one of the young masters of the Primal Chaos Hall. Thus, in the future, only one of you will be able to truly control the Primal Chaos Hall. Earth One explained. So you're saying that he'll have to compete with the chaotic body in the future, and only the one who wins will be able to control the primal chaos palace? Lu Ming said. That's right. Only the winner can truly take control of the primal chaos hall. Therefore, before the winner is determined, we will not go out with either of you, nor will we help either of you. Earth One said. Lu Ming felt helpless. He did not expect to encounter such a thing. He knew very well that the chaotic body was the same as the chaotic thearch's body. It was the most suitable body to inherit the chaotic thearch and control the chaotic palace. If Lu Ming had not come first and obtained the chaos scripture, 2E and the others would have definitely chosen the chaotic body. Young master, this subordinate would like to remind you that the chaotic Buddha's current cultivation level is far higher than young master's. His battle prowess is even greater, and he's invincible among those of the same level. He doesn't have the chaos scripture, but because he has the chaotic body, he has also cultivated the laws of chaos. His goal is to take your chaos scripture, young master. You must be extremely careful when you encounter him outside. Earth One reminded. 2E, don't cross the line. Our principle is not to help either side. Gold One reminded him. I was just giving you a casual reminder. I didn't mean to help you. Alright, young master, I'll send you back now. I hope that the next time I come, I'll still be the young master. Earth One smiled and waved his hand. A powerful force acted on Lu Ming and he disappeared from the Chaos Hall. 2E, you seem to be more optimistic about Lu Ming? Gold One's entire body was golden, like a statue of gold. His voice was cold and emotionless. No, I didn't. Earth One shook his head and sighed. We've waited for countless years, and finally Lu Ming has come and inherited the venerable sovereign's legacy. However, we didn't expect that another chaotic body would appear. We didn't expect that after the venerable sovereign, another chaotic body would appear in the world. Such a heaven-defying body just had to appear at this time. It seems that the great era is coming. I'm afraid the Tian Yuan world will welcome a golden age. That's right. Let's see what happens. If Lu Ming really encounters the body of chaos, he will most likely be defeated. However, this child is very lucky. Even you and I can't see through his fate. I'm afraid that things are not that simple. Let's just watch. After Gold One spoke, the hall fell silent. Lu Ming felt the world spinning around him. Not long after, he was back at the mountain and river diagram. The chaotic body? Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. This trip was indeed beyond Lu Ming's expectations. He thought that he could ask Earth One and the rest for help, but it seemed that he could only rely on himself now. Then let's have a good fight. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he exited the mountain and river diagram and stepped out of the Cloud Dragon Valley. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of Cloud Dragon Valley, he found a large number of people gathered there. Lu Ming has come out. Someone shouted and everyone's eyes turned to Lu Ming. Humph, he finally couldn't hold it in and came out. He's monopolizing the treasure and hiding himself, leaving the danger to us. He wants us to fight for him. Why should he? He's selfish and doesn't care about the lives of the others in Dragon God Valley. I've never seen such a shameless person. Make him hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures to resolve the crisis of Dragon God Valley. In the crowd, there were people constantly shouting, causing the crowd to be enraged. Sowing discord again. Yang Tianzong's eyes were like lightning. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure suddenly darted out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of a silver-robed young man, lifting him up. It's your Silver Dragon Valley again. You're sowing dissension. You must be killed. Lu Ming's voice was cold. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Don't tell me you won't let us talk about what you did. If you have the ability, kill everyone in the Divine Dragon Valley. The disciple of Silver Dragon Valley shouted. That's right. Lu Ming, let him go. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because of your cultivation. The other disciples of Dragon God Valley shouted. You selfish man. I will capture you now and hand you over to the other sects. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming and clawed at Lu Ming's shoulder. It was a white-haired old man with an extremely profound cultivation. With a single claw, his saint might was vast, and his saint power burst forth. He was actually a powerhouse at the peak of the Bright Saint stage. It was obvious that an elder of Silver Dragon Valley had seized the opportunity to capture Lu Ming while the crowd was still angry. Then, he had asked everyone to hand Lu Ming over. His claws were very fast and shockingly fast as he approached Lu Ming at an extreme speed. He did not believe that Lu Ming could avoid it. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong and he had killed the Divine Sun at the fixed treasure auction, he was still very powerful. However, the Divine Sun was only a perfected Bright Saint after all, while he was at the peak of a Bright Saint. It was a sudden attack, and Lu Ming would definitely not be able to dodge it. However, at the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank because Lu Ming suddenly turned around and looked at him with a sword-like gaze. The next moment, he felt a tearing pain in his soul in his sea of consciousness. Bang! Then, Lu Ming's big hand grabbed his throat and pressed him to the ground. Challenging the three great sects. Boom! The ground trembled violently. The entire Cloud Dragon Valley seemed to be shaking. The ice layer that was as hard as diamond on the ground shattered. The elder of Silver Dragon Valley smashed a big hole in the ground. He lay there, spitting out blood and twitching like a dead dog. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at this scene in disbelief. Many people's throats seemed to be stuck by something. They kept squirming, but they couldn't say a word. This was because many people recognized that the elder was an extremely powerful elder of Silver Dragon Valley. He was at the peak of the Bright Saint realm. However, he was like a dead dog in Lu Ming's hands. He could not even withstand a single blow. Lu Ming, this was too abnormal. Even Yang Tianzong, Tian Shui, and the others were dumbfounded. Who else wants to make a move? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Those who were caught by his gaze were shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Ming, you can only fight your own people here. If you're so capable, go and fight the people of the Deity sect and the Tianyu demon sect. A silver-robed youth mustered his courage and shouted. Lu Ming looked at the person, causing the person to shrink back and retreat. He avoided Lu Ming's eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. It seems that you're quite bold. All right, do you want to come with me? Lu Ming said indifferently. The man mumbled. If you don't have the guts, then shut up, go. Lu Ming shouted. He then rose into the air and flew in the direction of the Dragon God Valley. Is Lu Ming really going to fight the people from the Deity sect, the Tianyu demonic sect, and the Yudu sect? Let's go and take a look. The crowd followed Lu Ming out of Dragon God Valley. Yang Tianzong, Tian Shui, and the others exchanged glances and followed. The entrance of Dragon God Valley was guarded by many masters of Dragon God Valley. The masters of the 7 valleys were all there. Lu Ming's arrival attracted a lot of attention. Ming, you've broken through? The Cloud Dragon Valley master's gaze fell on Lu Ming. His eyes suddenly lit up and he looked pleasantly surprised. Yes, master, I just broke through. Lu Ming nodded. Good. As expected of the person who killed the divine child. And NBSP Ice Dragon Valley Master also stepped forward, a smile on his face. Master, Valley Master, I have a plan that might be able to force the three great sects to retreat. Then, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley. Ming, are you really confident? After hearing Lu Ming's words, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master looked surprised and worried. The eyes of the Ice Dragon Valley Master also flickered. It was clear that his state of mind was fluctuating and he was extremely shocked. There are. Lu Ming's answer was very firm. All right, then Master will protect you. The Valley Master said. Add this old man. Valley Master Ice Dragon stroked his long beard and laughed. Thank you, Master, Valley Master. Lu Ming saluted and then strode out of Dragon God Valley. He passed through the sect protecting array and walked forward step by step. Lu Ming really went out. Many people were shocked. Yin Zheng, on the other hand, had a smug look in his eyes. Valley Master and the others have also gone out. Someone exclaimed. At that moment, the Valley Masters of Ice Dragon Valley and Cloud Dragon Valley were following Lu Ming forward. When Lu Ming left Dragon God Valley, the Tianshan sect, Tianyu demonic sect, and Yudu sect naturally saw him. Immediately, many experts flew toward Lu Ming and stopped not far away from him. The two parties stood in the air. Lu Ming, you've finally come out. Have you thought it through and decided to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? The sect master of the Heavenly God sect spoke. How about I make a bet with you? Lu Ming smiled faintly. A bet? The sect masters of the Sky God sect, Sky Universe God sect, and the others were stunned. What was Lu Ming up to? However, with so many of them here, Lu Ming would not be able to come up with any tricks. Bet on what? What do you want to bet on? The sect master of the Heavenly God sect spoke. Let's bet on Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. I challenge the three sects, Bright Sages. As long as you're in the Bright Sages realm, you can fight me. If I lose, I'll hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. If you lose, you'll go back to where you came from. How about it? Lu Ming said. This was his plan. It was a bet with the other party, and it depended on whether the other party had the confidence to take it. You have indeed obtained Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect said with a greedy look in his eyes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew very well that even if he denied it strongly, the other party would not let it go. It was useless to deny it. He might as well admit it directly and take a gamble with the other party. Do you guys dare to bet or not? If you want to capture me and search my soul, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Before you capture me, I can still kill myself. At that time, you won't get anything. Lu Ming's voice was cold. The eyes of the sect masters of the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu demon sect, and the Yudu sect flickered. What do you guys think? The sect master of the Heavenly God sect sent a message to the other two. I guess this kid has already broken through to the sage realm. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said. So what if you've broken through to the sage realm? Just breaking through to the saint plane, was he already invincible among the saint plane? He's underestimating us. The Desire Poison sect's sect master laughed coldly. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, the three major sects had a long history and they had accumulated many bright sages. Over the long years, there were many people with high-grade earth spiritual bodies who had broken through to the sage state. Moreover, some of them had been stuck in the great circle of the bright sage stage for a long time. Some of them had even cultivated superpowers and their combat strength was extremely powerful. No matter how powerful Lu Ming was, he had just broken through to the sage state. How could he be a match for these old monsters? The sect master of the Tianshan sect and the others also thought of this point. After some discussion, they all nodded. To be able to easily obtain Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures, why not? Alright, we agree. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect said. Alright, which one of you will fight? Lu Ming's body exuded a strong fighting spirit. I'll do it. In the Yudu sect's area, a thin middle-aged man stepped out, exuding a powerful aura. A peak bright saint. He came to Lu Ming and the two of them stood opposite each other. At this time, the people of Dragon God Valley were also shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the bright saints of the three major sections. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. Everyone watched with wide eyes. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with a shocking aura. The vast saint might shot into the sky. The sage state. Lu Ming has broken through to the sage state. How terrifying. How long has it been since he broke through to the sage realm? How can he be so fast? He was only at the second stage of the half-saint realm in the treasure-fixing assembly a year ago. He only broke through the third stage after fighting with the Divine Sun. How could he break through to the saint realm so quickly? Many people were shocked and started to discuss. Could it be because of Emperor Tsang's treasure? When many people thought of this, their eyes became even more fiery. It must be. Many people thought that Lu Ming had broken through so quickly because of Emperor Tsang's treasure. Chapter 1714 Slaying Powerful Enemies in the Void, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, the Ice Cold Valley Master, the Sect Master of the Deity Sect, and the others all retreated, leaving enough space for Lu Ming and the other man. Kill, kill. The skinny middle-aged man from the Yudu sect shouted. His body moved and he charged towards Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, a stream of toxic gas formed into the shape of a long spear and shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed and the black dragon spear appeared. He thrust the spear forward and the spear's radiance was dazzling. It shattered the long spear formed by the opponent's poisonous gas. However, after the poisonous gas dispersed, a dense swarm of poisonous insects appeared and rushed toward Lu Ming. Exterminate, die! Lu Ming shouted. The black dragon spear swept out and expanded to 100,000 feet. The terrifying power crushed down and all the poisonous insects were turned into ashes. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and closed in on the thin middle-aged man in an instant. His long spear was thrust out like lightning. It was so fast that it was beyond the reaction of the naked eye. Bang! And NBSP, the thin middle-aged man's body was pierced by the spear and his body exploded. However, after he exploded, he turned into a ball of poison gas and rolled around. Lu Ming, your combat strength is very strong, but I also have a superior grade earth spiritual body. It's useless against me. The thin middle-aged man's cold voice came from the poisonous gas. There was no doubt that this thin middle-aged man was a heaven's favorite when he was young. His spirit body was of a very high level. In fact, those who could break through to the sage realm were very talented when they were young. Their spirit bodies were not low. It was usually difficult for ordinary spirit bodies to break through to the saint realm unless they had a heaven-defying opportunity. Those who could break through to the saint realm usually had an earth spiritual body or above. Of course, the higher the level of the spiritual body, the higher the chance of breaking through. 1,000 poison exterminate. The thin middle-aged man's voice rang out. Endless poisonous gas rolled and surged towards Lu Ming. A foul smell rushed into Lu Ming's nose. This poisonous gas contained the law of poison and was extremely terrifying. Just a wisp of it could poison thousands of living beings to death. It's not like I haven't killed anyone with a mere poisonous body. Lu Ming said coldly. A huge chaos sky-turning seal appeared in his hand. This chaos Empyrean seal was as large as a mountain, and it pressed down on the endless poisonous gas. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the Saint realm, his Saint energy was surging and he could cast the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal at will. Before the breakthrough, if Lu Ming used the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal with all his might, he would run out of essential core if he used it too much. However, this problem did not exist now. Boom! The chaotic sky-turning seal pressed down, and the poison kept rolling. The chaotic laws were constantly wiping out the other party's poisonous gas. Ah, what happened? You should die. The other party panicked. The poison kept rolling and he wanted to escape, but he had been completely locked on by the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. How could he escape? The terrifying power was constantly obliterating the other party. No, 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 the other party panicked and shouted in fear, but it was useless. The poisonous gas was getting less and less. After the last scream, all the poisonous gas had been wiped out. The thin middle-aged man vanished into thin air. Humph. The Desire Poison Sect's sect master snorted coldly, his expression unsightly. This kid's battle strength is indeed shocking. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect said with a dark expression. He had just broken through to the Saint realm, but he was already able to kill a peak bright saint. It was truly shocking. Who wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the people from the three major sections. I'm here to kill you. In the Tianyu Demon sect, a black-robed elder stepped out. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. When he was in front of Lu Ming, his aura was overwhelming and overbearing. Great Circle of Bright Saint. The elder had already reached the Great Circle of the Bright Saint realm, standing at the limit of the Bright Saint realm. The next step would be the Supreme Saint realm. And needless to say, the other party's spiritual body was definitely a superior Earth spiritual body. Since he was going to fight, he was definitely very strong among his peers. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming and the elder of the Tianyu Demon sect. This was a perfected bright saint. His combat strength was several times stronger than a peak bright saint. Was Lu Ming a match for him? Lu Ming was only an initial bright saint. Could he cross so many realms and fight a perfected bright saint? Boom! The elder from the Tianyu demonic sect was filled with demonic chi. A demonic blade appeared in his hand. Demonic blade 6 kills. The terrifying demonic blade burst out, crossing the space and slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear and swept it across. A huge spear light collided with the demonic blade. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the spear and blade auras both collapsed. However, the demonic blade in the hands of the elder from the Tianyu demonic sect slashed out again. This time, he slashed 6 times in a row. Each slash turned into a huge demonic god that was 10,000 feet tall and charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming put away his black dragon spear and cast the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. With a wave of his hand, Chaos Empyrean seals formed in the sky one after another. A total of 6 Chaos Empyrean seals were formed, and they suppressed the 6 demon gods. The demonic god let out a long roar, and a terrifying pressure filled the sky. It was as if the real demonic god had descended to the world and wanted to slaughter all life. The demonic god's fists continued to blast the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal. Boom! 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 The demonic energy was shocking. The demonic fist blasted on the Chaos Empyrean Seal, and it sounded like a world-ending drum. In the end, the Chaos Sky-Turning Seal exploded, but the 6 demon gods also fell apart. Kill! The laws of chaos circulated around Lu Ming's body. Like a stream of light, he charged toward the elder of the Tianyu demon sect. 2 sword gleams shot out of his eyes and rushed into the elder's body. Arg! The old man from the Tianyu demon sect let out a blood-curdling screech. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and his aura was in chaos. Buzz! Lu Ming instantly appeared beside the elder from the Sky Demon sect. He struck out with his palm, breaking through his layers of defense and grabbing his throat. Everyone gasped in disbelief. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could defeat a perfected bright saint so easily. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He was only an initial bright saint, yet he could easily defeat a great circle bright saint. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a blade as he looked at the sect master of the Sky Demon sect. I've been tolerating the Tian Yu demonic sect, but you've pushed me too far. Today, I'll kill you. As soon as he said the word, kill, a terrifying force exploded. The body of the elder from the Tian Yu demon sect was torn apart. At the same time, his soul was destroyed. A saint heart fell into Lu Ming's hands. From now on, he would no longer tolerate the Sky Demon sect. The Sky Universe sect master's eyes were extremely cold. The sect masters of the Heaven Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect were the same. The three great sects were silent. The Dragon God Valley was also quiet. At such a young age, Lu Ming was already able to kill a great circle bright saint like an invincible god of war. Was this really a realm and achievement that could be achieved by relying on Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? Even when Emperor Tsang was young, he was far from being this strong, right? I'm afraid that other than Emperor Tsang's treasure, this kid has an even greater opportunity. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect spoke coldly and transmitted a message to the two sect masters of the Heaven God sect and the Yudu sect. Chapter 1715 Sacred Art. The two sect masters of the Heaven Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect nodded their heads. The greed in their eyes grew even stronger. Indeed, they had thought of this as well. The opportunities that Lu Ming obtained most likely did not only belong to Emperor Tsang. There might be even greater opportunities. Otherwise, he would not be so powerful. They had to get it. What should we do now? This brat's soul power is too strong. Ordinary people can't resist his soul attack. The Grandmaster of the Sky Demon sect frowned. I'll do it. At this moment, an old man in white robes stepped out from the Tianshan sect. This old man was very old. His hair was almost all gone, and the wrinkles on his face were like mountains. Elder Mo Kong, I'm relieved that you're going. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect revealed a happy expression. So it's Senior Mo Kong. The sect masters of the Desire Poison sect and the Sky Demon sect both had their eyes lit up. Mo Kong was a very senior saint. He was 1 or 2 times older than the other sect leaders and had cultivated for more than 100,000 years. However, due to his limited talent, he had been stuck in the Bright Saint realm all his life. However, Mo Kong's power could not be denied. After living for so long, who knew what tricks he had up his sleeve? Moreover, one thing was for sure. After living for such a long time, his soul force must have reached an astonishing level. He did not need to be afraid of Lu Ming's soul attack. Mo Kong smiled and stepped forward to Lu Ming. Little fellow, I will not show any mercy when I attack. Why don't you obediently hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures? I can spare your life. Mo Kong said. His voice was very old, and his muddy eyes looked at Lu Ming. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming said. He was highly focused. He would not let his guard down just because the other party was old. In fact, at the level of the Saint realm, the older one was, the more terrifying they were. Little fellow's heart is higher than the sky, then this old man will grind down your spirit. At that moment Mo Kong's murky eyes were no longer murky. Instead, they shone with a shocking light. Brilliant saint light emanated from his body. It was shocking. Divine ability. Holy light cut. Mo Kong said in a low voice. He waved his hand casually, and the endless holy light turned into extremely sharp ribbons. These ribbons were very long and swept through the void. They seemed to have suddenly appeared around Lu Ming's body and enveloped him. Not good, it's a divine ability. Be careful. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect and the others were ecstatic. Mo Kong had actually cultivated a divine art. He was indeed an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It was difficult for ordinary people in the Bright Saint realm to successfully cultivate the divine power technique unless they were peerless geniuses. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, but its power was also extremely shocking. Those who had cultivated a sacred art could easily kill those of the same level who had not. The terrifying ribbon of holy light enveloped Lu Ming. The edge of the ribbon was extremely sharp and seemed to be able to cut through everything. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. A few electric lights lit up on his body and 2 holy weapon shields flew out, blocking the front and back of him. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! When the ribbons of holy light struck the shield, a shocking scene occurred. The shield was immediately covered in cracks. If this continued, the shield would be cut open very soon. What a terrifying cutting power! Even a holy weapon would be cut open. The sect master of the Heavenly God sect and the others smiled. They were sure to win. Once the magical power was used, there was no doubt that Lu Ming would not be a match. The Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley paid full attention to the situation. If Lu Ming was in danger, they would do their best to save him. The others all held their breath and stared at the scene. Lu Ming, this kid, has no chance. Yin Zheng's eyes were filled with joy. Mo Kong was in the great circle of the Bright Saint stage and had cultivated a sacred art. He was almost invincible in the Bright Saint stage, at least in the Azure continent. Spells are indeed powerful. I wonder how much this old man has cultivated it. I don't think it's too high. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chaos. A chaos sky-turning seal appeared in Lu Ming's palm and he smashed it at the holy light ribbons. Boom! The holy light ribbon trembled violently, but it cut the chaos sky-turning stamp even more intensely. With an ear-piercing sound, the chaos sky-turning seal was actually cut into deep ravines. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Again. In Lu Ming's hands, the chaos sky-turning seal was formed continuously and blasted at the holy light ribbons. Boom! Boom! The chaos sky-turning stamp kept colliding with the holy light ribbons, and terrible rumbles kept sounding. It's useless. You can't break my divine art. Mo Kong said, but his eyes were solemn. He kept waving his hands, and more holy light ribbons appeared. They danced and completely enveloped Lu Ming like a cocoon. From the outside, one could see that some parts of the cocoon were constantly bulging, as if something was about to rush out from inside. From inside, the sound of explosions could be heard. In the blink of an eye, a few minutes had passed, but the vibration of the ribbon continued to ring out. He's still resisting. This kid's combat strength is really amazing. The sect master of the Tianshan sect said. Even an overlord like him was shocked. I must get rid of this brat after I obtain his secret. Otherwise, I'll be in endless trouble. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect said coldly. The sect leaders of the other 2 sects nodded. Indeed, Lu Ming already had such combat power now. If he reached the Absolute Saint realm in the future, who in the Azure continent would be his match? Magical powers are indeed mysterious and powerful. However, I can only use 10% of it at most. In the holy light ribbon, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He was just testing the waters. This was the first time he was going up against a magical power technique, so he naturally had to study it carefully. That was because he could now cultivate superpower techniques. In the Chaos Scripture, there was a terrifying superpower technique called the Chaos Tribulation Finger, which could exert the power of the Chaos laws to the extreme. In addition, there were also divine abilities in the memories of the 9 dragons. This was the direction of his future cultivation. It's almost time. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. In his dantian, the 2 saint hearts glowed and started to spin crazily. The saint power in his body surged. The laws of chaos circulated all over his body. Lu Ming threw a punch at the holy light ribbon, and a huge prison-suppressing steel appeared. Boom! The holy light ribbons trembled wildly, then exploded with loud bangs. In the blink of an eye, the holy light ribbons were all destroyed. Lu Ming's slender figure reappeared in front of everyone. Impossible! Mo Kong roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was forced to retreat. His old eyes were filled with disbelief. His divine power technique was actually broken by Lu Ming. How could a junior who had just broken through to the bright saint realm break through his sacred art? The invincible bright saint, nothing is impossible. Kill, die. Lu Ming shouted and cast the divine sword technique. 2 sword lights pierced Mo Kong's glabella, penetrating his soul in his sea of consciousness. However, Mo Kong's body only trembled for a moment before he recovered. This old man's soul is really strong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He used the thundering wind steps and rushed towards Mo Kong, striking out with his palm. Mo Kong roared and formed a spear of God's punishment in his hand. He thrust it at Lu Ming, but the spear exploded when it collided with Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm did not stop. Mo Kong's expression changed drastically. Laws gathered on his palm and he used it to block. Bang! Mo Kong's body was sent flying. One of his palms exploded, and he spat out blood. Kill! Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged at Mo Kong, his eyes as cold as a knife. Since he was an enemy, he would not show mercy just because the other party was old. Divine power, holy light cutting. Mo Kong used his divine power again. The holy light ribbon swept out, but it was once again shattered by Lu Ming's palm and continued to attack his opponent. Mo Kong retreated frantically, not daring to confront Lu Ming head-on. The entire place was silent. Lu Ming could actually defeat a perfected bright saint who had mastered a sacred art and chased after him to the point where he did not dare to meet him. His combat power had already exceeded everyone's imagination. The Azure Continent's bright saint was invincible. With such combat power, who else in the Tsang state could fight against the bright saint? Enough! At this time, a cold voice was heard. The sect master of the heavenly god sect waved his hand with a cold face. A stream of saint power swept Mokong back to the heavenly god sect's camp. Lu Ming also stopped in his tracks. He's been defeated. Who else from your 3 sects will come out to fight? Lu Ming said. The experts of the 3 sects were silent. Even Mo Kong had been defeated, who else could fight? The other sects might also have old monsters who had lived for a long time, but their combat strength was at most on par with Mo Kong. Even if they were to fight, they would not be Lu Ming's match. For a moment, no one from the 3 sects came out to fight. The scene was deathly silent. It seems that you have admitted defeat. Since no one is going to fight, according to the agreement, you all have to retreat. Lu Ming said as he stared at the 3 sect leaders. What a joke. Why should we retreat? The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect sneered, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You guys agreed to it just now, and there were countless witnesses. Are you guys going back on your word? Lu Ming said coldly. Of course we won't go back on our word. But what we agreed to bet with you just now was Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. If we win, you hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. If you win, we will back out. But it's only a bet on Emperor Tsang's inheritance and treasures. Now, we suspect that you have other inheritances and treasures on you. Hand them over. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect sneered. You're despicable and shameless, you're quibbling. The Cloud Dragon Valley master roared. Huh, so this is how shameless you are. As the head of a sect, you're really shameless to the extreme. Lu Ming laughed out loud. He really did not expect the other party to be so shameless. Nonsense, since you've come out, don't go back, die. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shouted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a huge demonic claw swiped at Lu Ming. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming like Mount Tai. Break! Lu Ming roared and burst out with all his might. He threw a punch at the void behind him. The void seemed to be broken by Lu Ming's power as he retreated rapidly. Buzz! At this moment, a sword light shot into the sky. The Cloud Dragon Valley master made his move and slashed open the demonic claw with his sword. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect shouted. Attack! At the same time, the sect masters of the Deity sect and the Desire Poison sect attacked together and rushed toward Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as the master of Ice Dragon Valley stepped forward and punched out. A huge ice dragon condensed and blocked the attacks of the two sect masters of the Deity sect and the Yudu sect. Buzz! At this moment, a beam of holy light rushed out from the crowd of the Tianshan sect. It was incomparably dazzling and rushed towards Lu Ming. Absolute Saint! Another Absolute Saint! Another Absolute Saint had secretly come to the Tianshan sect. Get lost! The Cloud Dragon Valley master roared. His voice was like thunder as he slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword light seemed to break through the void and cut at the Absolute Saints who were charging out. The Absolute Saint's body was surrounded by holy light. He extended a finger, and the terrifying holy light was like a ribbon that swept toward the Cloud Dragon Valley master's sword light. It was the sacred art, the sacred light severing. However, this Absolute Saint's technique was dozens of times stronger than Mo Kong's. There was no comparison at all. The sacred light slash continued to cut at the Cloud Dragon Valley master's sword light. Retreat, retreat! The Valley Master of Cloud Dragon shouted. He moved and appeared beside Lu Ming. He wrapped Lu Ming with his saint power and retreated to Dragon God Valley. Ice Dragon Valley Master followed closely behind. With their combat strength, if they wanted to retreat, the other party would not be able to stop them. The two of them retreated back into the Dragon God Valley sect protecting array. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! The sect masters of the Tianshan sect, the Tianyu Demon sect, and the other supreme saints appeared outside the protective array of the Dragon God Valley. Their momentum was like a rainbow, forming a terrible wind that constantly hit the protective array of the Dragon God Valley. It seems that the Dragon God Valley is going to protect Lu Ming to the end. The sect master of the Tianshan sect said coldly. When he opened his eyes, a dazzling holy light burst forth, which was extremely shocking. What cover-up? Lu Ming is a disciple of the Dragon God Valley, and it's our duty to protect him. It's you major sects who go back on your words and refuse to admit that you lost the bet. What a joke! Ice Dragon Valley Master said. Alright, in that case, well, destroy Dragon God Valley. From now on, there will be no Dragon God Valley in the Azure region. The Grand Master of the Sky Demon sect spoke. Although she was a woman, she was extremely domineering. All members of the Tianyu Demon sect, listen up. Form a formation and attack Dragon God Valley. The sect master of the Sky Demon sect was the first to give the order. All members of the Yudu sect, listen up. Form a large formation and attack Dragon God Valley. Following that, the sect master of the Desire Poison sect also issued an order. The eyes of the Tiantian sect master flickered. He didn't expect the Sky Demon sect and the Yudu sect to be so decisive and directly give the order to attack. In the end, he also gave the order to attack. Kill. Kill. Tens of thousands of experts from the three sects stepped out, their killing intent surging like a tide. Terrifying energy erupted, forming a terrifying formation. In the Tianyu demonic sect, many experts gathered to form a three-headed and six-armed demonic god. Each arm was holding a weapon. It was 100,000 feet tall, larger than a mountain, and it attacked Dragon God Valley. Boom! The demonic god's aura was too terrifying. The attack landed on the sect-protecting Grand Array of Dragon God Valley, causing it to shake violently. On the other side, the Yudu sect's formation gathered and formed a huge toad. Although it was not 1,000,000 feet tall, it was still tens of thousands of feet tall. With a loud cry, it spewed out a terrible poisonous gas, completely submerging the entire Dragon God Valley's entrance. The Ice Dragon Patriarch. As for the Tiantian sect, they formed a large array and formed a long spear that was tens of thousands of feet long. It was dazzling and even more resplendent than the sun in the sky. Whoosh! As the long spear pierced through the air, the space around it rippled as if it was about to be pierced. Boom! The long spear pierced the protective array of Dragon God Valley. The light curtain caved in and almost collapsed. Dragon God 7 Valleys, get into formation and prepare to face the enemy. And NBSP, kill. Ice Dragon Valley Master ordered. In the Dragon God Valley, the disciples of each valley gathered together and set up a big array. However, Yinzheng and the people of Silver Dragon Valley were hiding at the back. There's no way we, the Silver Dragon Valley, will work for that kid, Lu Ming. Yinzheng sneered. He secretly ordered the elders and disciples of Silver Dragon Valley to hide in the back and not attack when the battle began. Boom! 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 The sect-protecting formation kept shaking. The formation formed by the experts of the three sects was too powerful. The sect-protecting formation of Dragon God Valley couldn't hold on for long. Hateful. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. He looked at the three major sects who were attacking wildly outside, his eyes burning with fire. If he could, he would rather hand over Emperor Tsang's storage ring to end this war. However, it was clear that even if he handed over Emperor Tsang's storage ring, this battle was inevitable. This was because the other party would be insatiable and want him to hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance. He even handed over his other secrets to search his soul. An ordinary man's possession of a jade pendant was a crime. It was all because his strength was too weak. If he had the strength to sweep across the Azure continent, like Emperor Tsang, ruling a region, the Heavenly God sect and other sects would not dare to even let out a fart. They would only obediently grovel at his feet. Boom! Boom! The Dragon God Valley sect-protecting array was shaking more and more violently. Bang! Bang! A loud explosion was heard on some of the big snow mountains in Dragon God Valley. The array base had exploded due to the strong pressure. Some of the formation foundations cracked and the formation's power became weaker. Kacha! Kacha! Some parts of the sect's grand protective array had cracked. As more and more cracks appeared, it finally exploded with a loud bang. Kill! Kill! The experts of the three sects formed a great formation and rushed toward Dragon God Valley. The four absolute saints took the lead and charged in Lu Ming's direction. The Valley Masters of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley flew up and faced the four absolute saints. The four experts flew into the sky and engaged in an intense battle. The other experts of the three sects formed a formation. The giant demon god, toad, and spear charged at the people of Dragon God Valley. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars were heard in Dragon God Valley. The experts from each of the 7 valleys of the Dragon God formed a large array. Instantly, an ice dragon, a purple dragon, a blood dragon. A total of 5 huge true dragons rose into the sky and faced the huge demonic god. Only those from the Silver Dragon Valley hid in the back and did not make a move. As for the Cloud Dragon Valley, due to the lack of people, it was difficult to form such a huge array. Boom! Boom! The two sides collided with a terrible wind that cracked the ground. The ice valley at the outermost edge of the Dragon God Valley was cracked by the collision. Countless cave abodes were destroyed in the great battle. Fortunately, many of the weaker disciples had already retreated to the depths of Dragon God Valley. Junior brother Lu Ming, let's back off. Yang Tianzong and the rest appeared beside Lu Ming. The few of them retreated. It was difficult for them to interfere in such a battle between formations. Lu Ming retreated with Yang Tianzong and the rest, his eyes glimmering. He was considering whether he should use the reincarnation halberd. There were only 2 forces in the reincarnation halberd. If one was used, one would be gone. It was very precious and Lu Ming did not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. However, it seemed that he had no choice but to use it now. Great formation, rise! An old man in the Dragon God Valley shouted. He was a great saint in the Great Perfection realm and was in charge of the battle. All the valleys and snow mountains in Dragon God Valley shone with a bright light. Endless wind and snow gathered and finally condensed into a dozen snow dragons that were 10,000 feet tall. They pounced toward the formation of the 3 major sections. This was the home ground advantage. In Dragon God Valley, apart from the sect protecting array, there were many other offensive arrays. The offensive formation, coupled with the formation of the Dragon God Valley's 5 Dragon Valleys, made it difficult for the 2 sides to decide who would win. However, it was obvious that the Dragon God Valley side was at a disadvantage. After all, the 3 major sects were all elites. The formation of the experts of the entire sect was very powerful. Dragon God Valley was only a sect. Even with the home advantage, they were still no match for it. The true dragon formed by the formation kept retreating. In the sky, the Valley Master of Cloud Dragon Valley and Ice Dragon Valley were fighting the 4 absolute saints, but they were no match for them. The situation was getting worse for Dragon God Valley. The reincarnation halberd appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Although the 2 wisps of energy in the reincarnation halberd were precious, he had no choice but to use them now. However, at this moment, an earth-shattering dragon's roar came from the depths of Dragon God Valley. The dragon's roar pierced through the clouds and spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was like the roar of an ancient divine dragon, terrifying beyond compare. Everyone from the 3 sects was shocked and couldn't help but look into the depths of Dragon God Valley. Roar! Another dragon's roar was heard. Then, a huge true dragon rushed out of the vast snow mountain. Its body was white and crystal clear. It was over 10,000 meters long and its dragon claws stepped in the air. In a flash, it appeared on the battlefield. Ice Dragon Patriarch. It's Ice Dragon Patriarch. The disciples of Dragon God Valley cheered. Lu Ming, Yang Tianzong, Tian Chui and the rest were also dumbfounded. It was said that in the depths of Dragon God Valley, in the vast and endless snow mountains, lived an ice dragon. It had lived for a long time and was the guardian divine beast of Dragon God Valley. The heavy snow in Dragon God Valley was also because of this ice dragon. He didn't expect it to be true. Intruders, get lost. The Ice Dragon Patriarch roared, and his already huge body grew again. Then, he clawed at the huge demonic god condensed by the Tian Yu demonic sect. Boom! The giant demonic god was forced back by the ice dragon's claw, and a large hole appeared in his chest. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail and swept the huge spear away. The experts who formed the formation seemed to be under a terrible pressure. Their faces turned pale and they almost spat out blood. The ice dragon then let out a long roar and spat out a terrifying cold current from its mouth, freezing the toad that was laughing tens of thousands of feet long. It made countless experts of the Yu-Du sect spit out blood. The ice dragon patriarch was too powerful. He suppressed the three sects' grand arrays with one move. Following that, the ice dragon strode forward once more, clawing at the toad. The toad immediately exploded, causing countless experts from the Yu-Du sect to retreat in a frenzy, suffering heavy injuries. Retreat, retreat! The people of the Tianshan sect and the Tianyu demonic sect quickly retreated, not daring to fight. At this moment, the ice dragon roared and rushed into the sky toward the battlefield of the Absolute Saints. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.